Chapter 1877. Among the Sixth Mainland's half-ancestors, Xian was not the strongest, nor was she the closest to the progenitor realm. However, she had the highest cultivation talent and was the youngest. Even someone as lazy as him sometimes envied Xian's cultivation talent. She was also a junior in the Sixth Mainland, but her realm had already surpassed countless people. She was a powerhouse second only to the three ancestors. In the Sixth Mainland, anyone who had lived through her era only had one word to describe Xian: peerless beauty and peerless beauty. Her white dress fluttered in the wind and cherry blossoms filled the sky, dyeing the starry sky red. She had controlled the battlefield with a single plucking note. This was Xian. Su Qing half knelt on the ground, beads of sweat dripping down his face as he stared at the void. The void wanderer ancestor's body twisted, and then under his expectant gaze, a layer of skin was put on. It was progenitor Wuxiang's hide. Lu Yin only had one piece of progenitor Wuxiang's hide, but it was actually very large. Progenitor Wuxiang's body was also very large. The void wanderer ancestor's body was now covered in progenitor Wuxiang's hide. In that instant, everyone who saw this scene froze, including Xian. The void wanderer ancestor was simply too large and everyone could clearly see him. Even Guru Qinghua, who was the furthest away, could clearly see him and was frozen. No one had expected that the void wanderer ancestor would have such a large piece of progenitor Wuxiang's hide. Even Lu Yin froze and stared blankly. Such a large piece of progenitor Wuxiang's hide was Su Qing's final trump card. It was a progenitor item. As the void wanderer ancestor put on progenitor Wuxiang's hide, the celestial realm of cherry blossoms trembled and then cracked open. Xian stared at the void wanderer ancestor charging over. She was frozen in place by progenitor Wuxiang's hide, so she did not dodge and was sent flying. Blood dyed her veil red. The inner world was a half-ancestor's strongest technique, but it was also their greatest weakness. Once their inner world was broken, even a half-ancestor would be injured. Xian was not injured by the collision, but by the cracking of her inner world. Only two people were not frozen in place: Su Qing and the Sword King. When Xian's inner world cracked open and her body was sent flying, the Sword King's miserable body suddenly moved. Astral Source transformed into a sword, and he slashed it not at Xian but at Lu Yin. No one had expected the Sword King to suddenly attack Lu Yin. Xian, Elder Zhou Xian and even Lu Yin himself had not expected this. This was all part of Su Qing's plan. Xian was a half-martial ancestor. Even if they had progenitor Wuxiang's hide, they would not be able to kill her. However, with progenitor Wuxiang's hide, the void wanderer's ancestor could escape. He would not let progenitor Wuxiang's hide fall into Xian's hands. Furthermore, at the moment before he escaped, the void wanderer's ancestor could use progenitor Wuxiang's hide to immobilize everyone. In an instant he could do many things. What Su Qing wanted to do the most was kill Lu Yin. Through this period of war he had gained a clear understanding of Lu Yin. If he didn't kill Lu Yin, he would definitely become a great enemy of the astral beast domain in the future. It was very likely that Lu Yin would break into the progenitor realm, and once he did, it would be the end of the astral beast domain. Even if it could not obtain the death god's inheritance, it still wanted to destroy Lu Yin. As long as Lu Yin was dead, the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet would be disbanded. Furthermore, the Great Eastern Alliance would no longer need to fulfill the terms of their deal with Lu Yin. They would be able to seize a weave in the east before the Sixth Mainland took over this war. This was Su Qing's plan. The moment Xian appeared, Su Qing knew that he could not win, but he could deal with Lu Yin first. He did not believe that Xian, a dignified half-progenitor, would be overseeing this battlefield. A half-progenitor should not appear here. As long as Lu Yin was dead, the void wanderer ancestor would be able to rely on Wuxiang to escape. Even if Su Qing died, it would be worth it. Furthermore, Xian's appearance meant that Su Qing's life was no longer under his control. Thus he might as well take away Lu Yin, who was the greatest threat to him. As the commander of the astral beast domain, Su Qing could see things clearly. Even under the pressure of a half-progenitor, he could still make the correct choice. Lu Yin, you must die. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being too outstanding. You are so outstanding that it terrifies others. You should not exist in this world. Elder Zhou Xian, the second Night King, and the others were all frozen in place by progenitor Wuxiang's hide, and they could only watch as the Sword King's sword slashed down. This was the Sword King's strongest attack at the moment. Even though he could not use his full power due to his heavy injuries, this attack still surpassed a power level of 1,000,000. When a sword with a power level of 1,000,000 slashed down on Lu Yin's body, even the microarmor would not be able to block it, let alone when Lu Yin was completely defenseless. Lu Yin's pupils shrank as he had not expected the Sword King to attack him. Was he about to die? Lu Yin watched the great sword descend and he could not resist at all. He could not even escape. Master, master, master. Lu Yin screamed in his heart. Bang. The sword slashed down with a loud bang and the Sword King looked up. His attack had been blocked by a patch of cherry blossoms. The Sword King turned to look to the west where Zhou Xian had taken action. The cherry blossoms had blocked his attack and saved Lu Yin's life. No one had expected Zhou Xian to save Lu Yin's life. No one had expected Su Qing's move, and similarly no one had expected Zhou Xian's move. In terms of breaking free from the suppression of progenitor Wuxiang's hide, a half-progenitor like Zhou Xian was naturally the fastest. Su Qing's gaze turned sinister as the Sword King's attack had been blocked. Was he still going to use that? The Imperial Tutor's calculations had not been wrong. He took out a book from his cosmic ring and stared at Lu Yin. Void Wanderer Ancestor. The Void Wanderer Ancestor flipped over and slammed into Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian could not do anything to him, as the cherry blossoms could not break through the defenses of progenitor Wuxiang's hide. She also could not stare at him or else she would be frozen for a moment. At that moment the Sword King raised his sword again and slashed down. Zhou Xian frowned and her fingertips danced about. The Sword King raised its sword high up in the air and then viciously swung it down. Just as it was about to strike Lu Yin again, the cherry blossoms wrapped around the sword once more, following the sword's path to its body. Fresh blood sprayed out as the Sword King was killed. Blood splattered on Lu Yin, Elder Zhou Xian and the others, dyeing them and the spacecraft behind them red. The Sword King's body was enormous and he collapsed in outer space. A dignified powerhouse had died. Su Qing's gaze turned cold and he tossed out the book. The book automatically opened, revealing a great sword that looked exactly the same as the Sword King's. Lu Yin saw it and his entire body went cold. Danger, extreme danger. At that moment the Void Wanderer Ancestor slammed into Zhou Xian again, but her gaze was blocked by the Void Wanderer Ancestor. Within the book the great sword seemed to come to life and slowly took shape within the pages. It gradually condensed into the starry sky and appeared behind Lu Yin. It slashed down viciously and regardless of its style, its power was exactly the same as the Sword King's attack. Lu Yin's scalp went numb and he could suddenly move again. He had been reciting the primogenitor's scripture the moment he had been frozen by progenitor Wuxiang's hide. Even Elder Zhou Xian and the others could not move, but he could. But so what if he could move? The Sword King's attack was filled with killing intent. Even though Lu Yin had broken free from the suppression of progenitor Wuxiang's hide, he was still suppressed by this attack. He could not even turn around and could only allow the sword to strike him. The difference between him and an attack with a power level of 1,000,000 was too great. Helpless, Lu Yin closed his eyes and gathered the star energy around him. Just as the great sword was about to strike his body, the star energy in Lu Yin's body filled up. He had gone through 49 tribulations at the peak of the Enlighter realm. If one wanted to become an emissary, one's greatest hurdle was the seal. Lu Yin knew that he had been sealed, but he did not know exactly how many layers of seals there were. The first time the seal had been broken, it had been the crazy headmaster who had helped him break through to the Melder realm. The second time, it had been with the help of the mummy that he had broken through to the Explorer realm. The third time, it had been with progenitor Chen's blood that he had broken through to the Hunter realm. And now it was the fourth time. Breaking the seal was becoming more and more difficult with each attempt. Progenitor Chen's blood had helped him break the seal, and Lu Yin did not know exactly how much power had been generated. However, this fourth time, Lu Yin guessed that it would require a power level of at least 800,000 to 900,000 or even 1,000,000. The Sword King's attack was both Lu Yin's attempt to break the seal and his defense against the Sword King's attack. It was just like how he had used the mummy to break the seal. As for the Formcast model, he definitely did not have the money to upgrade it to 8 times. As Lu Yin reached the peak of the Enlighter realm, an incomparably large tree vaguely appeared in outer space. Behind him, a mysterious rune appeared. It was the seal that was trying to lock Lu Yin in place and suppress his breakthrough. The moment the seal appeared, the great sword also descended. Bang! A deafening sound shook the heavens and the earth as the void was torn apart and cut horizontally. Elder Zhou Xian and the others were all swept away by the strong wind. The Void Wanderer ancestor twisted his body and disappeared through the void. He had to leave, as if he stayed for too long, Zhou Xian might be able to adapt to the suppression of progenitor Wuxiang's hide or find a way to break free from it. Zhou Xian could not stop the Void Wanderer ancestor from leaving, but now she stared at Lu Yin with a rare ripple in her eyes. Su Qing stared at Lu Yin as he had thought that this attack would definitely kill Lu Yin. This was also the Imperial Tutor's divination, and the attack had a 90% chance of killing Lu Yin. However, it had still failed and Su Qing could only watch as the great sword dissipated. Something had appeared behind Lu Yin and blocked the attack. Zhou Xian was astonished as well. An Enlighter had actually blocked an attack with a power level of over 1,000,000. Even Progenitor Qin had not been able to do this when he had been an Enlighter. In fact, no one had been able to do this since ancient times. After the Void Wanderer ancestor left, Elder Zhou Xian, Mavis, and the others regained their senses and hurriedly looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked up and saw that the sky had changed. A giant vortex gradually expanded above his head and spread into the distance. The vortex was so large that it surpassed any vortex Lu Yin had ever seen before. Lightning flashed within the dark vortex and it was impossible to see its bottom. Waves of horrifying sounds could be heard, and the onlookers turned pale. Origin Tribulation. It's Origin Tribulation. He's about to face his Origin Tribulation. Everyone retreat. Elder Zhou Xian shouted and was the first to retreat. Origin Tribulation did not care about who was facing it. As long as one was within a certain range, the tribulation would descend according to one's strength. Elder Zhou Xian did not want to be targeted by it, especially when he looked up at the sky. This tribulation seemed different from the ones he had experienced before. It was not just Elder Zhou Xian. The second Night King, Guru Qinghua, and the others could also see that the range of this origin tribulation was too large. Zhou Xian also retreated. Even a progenitor would suffer if they faced an origin tribulation at this time, let alone a half-ancestor. This was an irreversible phenomenon, as breaking through from half-ancestor to progenitor would require one to face an origin tribulation. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Chapter 1878. At this moment, whether it was Master Yuanshi or the Sea King, those who truly cared about Lu Yin had to retreat. On the other side, Su Qing and the rest retreated at the same time, not daring to approach. As the range of the tribulation grew larger, everyone retreated further and further away. Why is it still expanding? When I underwent my tribulation, it wasn't even half of this range, someone exclaimed. Elder Zhou Xian's eyes flickered. The range of this tribulation had already surpassed the range of his own tribulation by about a third, and it was still expanding. The celestial demon was shocked. The range is too large. How can it still be expanding? Su Qing said, this kid's innate gift is extraordinary, so his tribulation will definitely be different from others. Retreat. Not long after they stopped. Qinghua was shocked. This range is too large. Zhou Xian's eyes flickered as she looked up. It was indeed too large, far surpassing the range of her own tribulation. Only the three ancestors' tribulation could compare. Lu Yin was about to undergo his tribulation, but he was not in a good mood. His seal had not been broken and the Sword King's attack had not been able to do so. However, the seal had disappeared. Since it had not been broken, it meant that it would appear again. Would it appear after he successfully underwent his tribulation? Lu Yin was apprehensive. Thunder boomed above his head, causing countless people to be dazed. At this moment, many people and beasts nearby fainted. This was the power of spiritual force. Retreat again, the Sea King barked, and everyone continued to retreat. The spiritual force from the tribulation formed a storm that connected the two ends of the universe, forming a monster that was even larger than a Void Wanderer ancestor. Lu Yin was right in the center. Beside the spiritual force storm, thunder rumbled and echoed throughout the entire North Castle weave. The celestial demon was shocked. Materializing spiritual force is something that we celestial demons often experience when undergoing our tribulations. How did he experience it? Su Qing solemnly replied, Lu Yin's spiritual force is also supreme among his peers. Not even an emissary from your celestial demon bloodline can defeat him. The celestial demon could not refute this. On the other side, the second Night King was not surprised, as Lu Yin was able to withstand a portion of his spiritual force bombardment. This was especially true during the battle at the Xingu dynasty. Even though it had been a fake attack, its power had still not been weak. Forget about humans, even celestial beast emissaries with a power level of 600,000 or even 700,000 might not have been able to withstand his attack. And yet, they had still been unable to deal with Lu Yin. This kid's spiritual force was terrifyingly powerful. The spiritual force materialized and crashed down on Lu Yin's body. At the same time, the spiritual force storm wreaked havoc, attempting to tear Lu Yin to pieces. He hadn't memorized the primogenitor's scripture yet, and this was only the beginning. His spiritual force had reached a power level of 600,000, while the lightning's destructive power was at most 700,000. It wasn't enough to pose a fatal threat to him. Although his essence, energy and spirit had not reached this level of battle prowess, under the protection of the primogenitor scripture, he had become a stubborn rock, allowing the storm to erode him. Although he was small, he was tenacious. Boom! With a loud explosion, the lightning above took shape and turned into a bat that let out a sharp screech. Sky Demon. Xianxia was shocked as she looked at the distant sky. The spiritual force materialized into a sky demon that replaced the starry sky as it looked down at Lu Yin. Sky demons were the masters of spiritual force, the rulers of the astral beast domain, and the royalty of the sky demon empire. Any sky demon that was born would feed on spiritual force. When sky demons were mentioned, everyone would think of spiritual force, energy and spirit. They were rulers, and when spiritual force was mentioned, countless people would think of sky demons as well. The Sky Demon Royal could not reach the second Night King's power level and was about the same as Emperor Lu. However, with his terrifying spiritual force, he was able to stall the second Night King and become a huge killing machine. If not for the second Night King's existence, the Great Eastern Alliance would not have been able to last this long in this war. The Origin Tribulation had manifested as a Sky Demon, and it was clear that it valued Lu Yin greatly. It had sent its strongest spiritual force controller to deal with him. Su Qing and the other powerhouses from the Astral Beast domain were shocked, and they subconsciously looked at the Sky Demon Royal. The Sky Demon Royal frowned. A human undergoing the Origin Tribulation had actually manifested as a Sky Demon. This proved that this human's spiritual force was extremely terrifying. The Origin Tribulation did not rely on one's power level to suppress one's opponent. Otherwise, when one underwent the Origin Tribulation, an attack with a power level of 1,000,000 would descend, and no one would be able to survive. The power of the Origin Tribulation depended on the person undergoing it. One could think of the Origin Tribulation as a sentient life form that was trying to kill the person undergoing the tribulation. One could also think of the Origin Tribulation as a fixed sequence that could be triggered by different people. The Origin Tribulation that was triggered could be a direct attack from an astral source, a battle technique that had once appeared in the astral source universe, or even a life form that was perfectly replicated by the Origin Tribulation in an attempt to kill the person undergoing the tribulation. No one knew what one would encounter during the Origin Tribulation. Lu Yin had encountered a Sky Demon at this moment. A Sky Demon that had manifested spiritual force and lightning definitely existed in the past, and it might even exist now. The manifestation of the Origin Tribulation proved that it could kill Lu Yin. You should be happy that a human genius will be annihilated by your Sky Demon bloodline, Feng Lin said indifferently. The Sky Demon Royal's expression relaxed. He was right. Although a human undergoing the Origin Tribulation had attracted a Sky Demon, which made him uncomfortable, he was still a paragon of the same generation. The Sky Demon Royal's Origin Tribulation had manifested to kill this human, which was a good thing for the Sky Demons. Master Yuan and the others' expressions became even more solemn. A Sky Demon was synonymous with invincible spiritual force. The Origin Tribulation had manifested a Sky Demon to kill Lu Yin. Above, the Sky Demon took form. It was extremely lifelike and it faced Lu Yin. It opened its mouth and in an instant the sky shattered. Countless people bled from their orifices as they howled in pain. They had retreated far away, but they were still affected, so they had no choice but to continue retreating. Lu Yin faced the Skydemon's spiritual force attack head-on and frowned. The Origin Tribulation had manifested its power based on the strength he had displayed. and this sky demon already had the destructive power to threaten his spiritual force. He raised his hand and tapped the void with his star energy. This was the origin opening array, a source box array that protected spiritual force. The array blocked a portion of the skydemon's spiritual force attack, and the rest was no longer a threat to Lu Yin. However, a moment later, the spiritual force that had been wreaking havoc in outer space suddenly converged, forming a visible sphere above Lu Yin's head. Lu Yin's expression changed. Not good. It's a divine explosion. This was the battle technique that Zhou Xian had used during the Sovereign Tournament. It was a spiritual force battle technique that was extremely terrifying. The Sky Fae Imperial male sneered. A divine explosion was the Sky Fae's most powerful attack. Lu Yin could block the spiritual energy storm, but he had to rely on his sourcebox array, which meant that he would not be able to block the divine explosion. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for cultivating your spiritual force. You've even cultivated it to such a high level that you've attracted a spiritual force tribulation that's comparable to the spiritual force tribulation of my sky demon bloodline, the sky demon Imperial muttered to himself. There was one thing that he did not mention, which was that even if a sky demon was undergoing an origin tribulation, they would not encounter such a terrifying spiritual force attack. Otherwise, who would be able to survive? From the power of the origin tribulation, it could be determined that Lu Yin's spiritual force cultivation had surpassed that of a sky demon powerhouse at the same level as him. In fact, it might even surpass those who had already undergone their tribulation and become emissaries. The sky demons could admit that they had been defeated, but they would never admit that they had lost to a human. This person had to die under the spiritual force attack. Lu Yin did not hold back against the sky demon battle technique, and he immediately recited the primogenitor's scripture. No matter how strong it was, he would remain as immovable as a mountain. Boom! The spiritual force exploded and spiritual force swept out in all directions. It shattered the heavens and caused ripples to spread throughout the entire North Castle Weave. The second Night King appeared in front of the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet and separated himself from the spiritual force attack. Across from him, the Sky Demon Imperial did the same. The spiritual force explosion's power was enough to turn most of the people on the battlefield into idiots. Even emissaries like the elders could not withstand it. Was this an origin tribulation? The second Night King could not believe it. Whose origin tribulation was this terrifying? It did not even give anyone a chance to survive. Mavis stared at Lu Yin and recalled the Mavis family's records. There were countless examples of humans undergoing their origin tribulation, but none of them had ever been recorded of someone encountering such a powerful tribulation right from the start. She recalled the final battle of the Sovereign Tournament and Lu Yin's Grim Reaper transformation. If he had truly obtained the Grim Reaper's inheritance, then this kind of origin tribulation would not be surprising. In outer space where everyone's gazes met, peace was restored. The origin tribulation vortex was still there, and below it Lu Yin was in a rather sorry state. However, his expression was normal as he had withstood it. He had withstood the spiritual force explosion that the second Night King and the others had to protect. The Sky Demon Imperial's pupils shrank. Impossible. Su Qing's expression was extremely ugly, as he also felt that this was impossible. How could Lu Yin have withstood it? Even he had been shocked by the spiritual force's might, and it was enough to make a powerhouse with a power level of 800,000 feel apprehensive. How could it not deal with an enlighter? This did not make any sense. Lu Yin's own strength could not withstand an attack with a power level of 800,000, but his spiritual force was an exception. With the primogenitor's scripture, he might be able to withstand an even stronger spiritual force attack. Success, the mountain god said in a dull voice, clearly disappointed. Lu Yin had not died and the war had continued. The Innerverse was still under the rule of the Great Eastern Alliance. Not too far away, the spirit ancestor's voice. It's not over yet. The mountain god was shocked. It's not over? How is this possible? The mountain god was certain that even with his current strength, he would not have been able to withstand that spiritual force explosion. How could it not be over yet? Lu Yin looked up at the sky. This was just the beginning. Just how terrifying would his origin tribulation be? Kuei Luo had said that Bai Xian'er's origin tribulation had shaken the entire astral tree domain and attracted progenitors, causing the Eternals to launch a large-scale attack. Then what about Lu Yin? Would he be any worse than Bai Xian'er? Or even more terrifying than by Xianer? He had no idea. The origin tribulation was very calm, as if it was brewing. This caused the Sea King and the others' hearts to sink. They all knew that the origin tribulation was not afraid of causing a huge commotion, but rather of remaining silent. The quieter it was, the more terrifying the tribulation would be, as it was searching for a power that could kill the person undergoing the tribulation. "Look, it's expanding," someone exclaimed, his voice filled with panic. Everyone looked up and saw that the origin tribulation vortex was expanding. Emperor Lu's expression changed. "Retreat. Retreat again. Retreat immediately." Across from them, countless astral beasts retreated in fear. Compared to humans, they were more sensitive to danger. Guru Qinghua was shocked. "I've never heard of an origin tribulation expanding during a tribulation." Lan Xian sighed. "There have been, but it's extremely rare. The blood ancestor was one such example." Guru Qinghua was shocked. "The origin tribulation expands during the blood ancestor's tribulation?" Lan Xian replied, "He said so himself. I don't know either. Retreat." Her body then vanished as she retreated. Chapter 1879. Lu Yin could no longer see anyone else. The range of the tribulation was too large, and it had exceeded the battlefield's range. The Great Eastern Alliance's fleet had already retreated to Frostwave Weave. In outer space, Lu Yin was the only one left to face the terrifying origin tribulation. He looked up and sighed. "It's a bit unfathomable." Just as he spoke, the void above his head began to burn, and then a terrifying pressure descended, causing Lu Yin to spit out blood. He was shocked. Was this a Sengoku? In the distance, Qin Huang looked up and loudly said, "A familiar power." The next moment, everyone saw the void being scorched by the origin tribulation. A terrifying aura swept out and quickly spread to the surroundings. The Lu Emperor raised a hand and touched it. "Battle force. It's a Sengoku." The second Night King's voice was low and filled with shock. "It's actually a Sengoku. Those who have mastered battle force can become a Sengoku with unparalleled power." Qin Huang was excited. "My bloodline is beating. It's the power of my clan's bloodline." On Qin Huang's shoulder, Ku Wei also felt the blood in his body tremble, and he looked into the distance. "Master, something's wrong. You have to hold on." Some of the beasts on the other side also recognized the Sengoku. Although the Sengoku's cultivation method had disappeared, not everyone was unaware of this power. Feng Lin recognized the Sengoku and she was shocked. "A Sengoku has actually appeared. He's definitely dead." On the other side, Lan Xian was shocked as well. "Sengoku? This kid seems to have cultivated battle force. How sad." The moment the Sengoku appeared, Lu Yin's heart sank. No one present understood the terror of this power more than he did. It was an unparalleled power that could burn the void and shatter the heavens. Even a Sengoku had appeared during the origin tribulation. An incomparably large fist suddenly appeared above Lu Yin's head. It covered the entire sky as it smashed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin was already having a hard time withstanding the Sengoku's suppression, and when he saw the fist descend, he subconsciously raised his own fist to meet it. Boom! There was a loud sound as his body was smashed down by the fist. His skin cracked inch by inch and the entire North Castle Weave shook. Countless people felt as if their hearts were being squeezed, and in that instant quite a few people were killed. When they looked into the distance and saw that incomparably large fist, they felt like ants trying to shake a tree. Were humans the rulers of the universe? In the past these people thought so. But now when they saw the gigantic fist, the tyrannical war country and the shattered starry sky, they couldn't speak. They were nothing more than ants. Countless giant beasts looked on in horror. The appearance of that fist was like a ruler. Lan Xian was shocked. "That fist?" Qin Hua Shangren's expression was solemn. "Qin Fan. That Qin Fan who killed a half-martial ancestor." Lan Xian was astonished. Although she was a half-martial ancestor, she was younger than Qin Hua Shangren, and there were many things that she did not know. Qin Hua Shangren nodded. He was viewed as a disgrace by the giant, but he managed to cultivate the Warring States period and used the celestial imprint to challenge a half-martial ancestor. He even managed to kill a half-martial ancestor who was at a higher cultivation level than him. He once wrote a glorious chapter in the war between the 6th and 5th mainlands, but in the end he died at the hands of another half-martial ancestor. Lan Xian sighed. Killing a half-martial ancestor was a shocking feat, and she had just easily killed the Sword King. Qin Fan should have been at the same level as the Sword King, but he had been able to kill a half-martial ancestor. It was no wonder why he had been recorded in history. Qin Fan's Warring States period was the glory of that era. He was the only one who managed to break through the inner world with the Warring States period. Who would have thought that the origin tribulation would manifest his strength? Now this should be Qin Fan's strength after breaking through to become an emissary, and it might not be that he had just broken through. Perhaps this is Qin Fan's strength when he was at a power level of 600,000 or 700,000. Lu Yin is currently challenging Qin Fan's Warring States period. I wonder how he'll deal with this, Qinghua Shangren said. Although Lu Yin's innate gift was astonishing, the enemy that he had faced had been recorded in the annals of history, shocking future generations. However, Qinghua Shangren did not deny that Lu Yin had the strength to challenge Qin Fan. Lu Yin had been able to fight against a powerhouse with a power level of 700,000 as an enlighter, and even Qin Fan might not have been able to do so. Qin Fan was a late-stage master and Lu Yin now had a chance against him. Lu Yin was currently in a miserable state. His battle force had collapsed the moment it had collided with the fist, and his body had been continuously pressed down. Fortunately, he was already extremely strong and with the help of overlaying stacks he had not collapsed immediately. This was not the first time that he had faced a Warring States period, as Kuan Luster had used it to beat him up many times. However, compared to Kuan Luster, this fist's Warring States period seemed more condensed and indestructible. Behind him, the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant appeared, and its enormous size appeared before everyone's eyes. Qinghua Shangren blurted out, "Imprint? No, that's the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant?" Lan Xian's eyes flickered and she looked at Lu Yin with bright eyes. The Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant? Is that the power of the Lu family? Qinghua Shangren was stunned. Lu Yin was from the Lu family? The Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant shocked Qinghua Shangren, but at the same time, it also shocked Lu Yin himself. This was not the first time that he had used the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant, but it was completely different this time. The moment the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant appeared, he heard an ancient roar. It was the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant's roar, and the next moment he dreamt of the ancient past. He saw a giant pillar in the sky that seemed to support the entire universe. In front of the pillar, a man's back was facing Lu Yin, and he was cheering excitedly. Although he could not hear what the man was saying, Lu Yin could feel the man's happiness and excitement. It was as if they were connected by blood. Suddenly, the man leapt up and Lu Yin saw the lower half of the man's face, which was extremely similar to his own. Just as Lu Yin was feeling confused, his body was suddenly pulled up by something and he rose up as well. Then he saw clearly that it was not the pillar but rather an elephant's leg. It was the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant's leg. Lu Yin rose to the highest point and saw the person sitting behind the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant. The person's appearance was 90% similar to his own, and he was excitedly patting the elephant's body as he spoke. Lu Yin's figure flickered and in the next moment he seemed to merge with the person. Then he seemed to pass through the person and everything he saw disappeared. It was like a dream. Lu Yin's body was in intense pain as he was struck by a giant fist and sent flying into the depths of space. Everyone was shocked as Lu Yin had failed to withstand the attack. Su Qing and the other beasts were ecstatic as failure meant death. The Sea King and many others had ugly expressions, and Ku Wei looked as if his father had died. The second Night King and the Lu Emperor were calm, but the mountain god could not help but be excited. Lan Xian and Qinghua Shangren were calm and no one knew what they were thinking. Lu Yin watched as his tribulation failed. Suddenly there was a roar that shook the heavens. Everyone looked into the depths of space in shock and saw the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant appear. At this moment the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant was not an illusion but rather real. It grew larger and larger until it surpassed the fist in the blink of an eye. Then there was a roar and with a loud bang the fist was pushed back. Lu Yin's entire body was bathed in blood, and his eyes were bloodshot. He bit down on his lips as he punched the giant fist again and again. The power behind each punch was so great that many people panicked, and their hearts raced as they stared at Lu Yin in shock. They watched as he counterattacked and they watched as the Sengoku Kingdom was shattered by his punches. Bang! Lu Yin raised his right fist to the highest possible level and punched out. A shockwave tore through space and spread towards the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet and the countless beasts. The giant fist was shattered and Lu Yin had completely destroyed the Sengoku kingdom. The Sea King suddenly rushed out and raised a hand to block the shockwave from Lu Yin's punch. His body was pushed back by the enormous force and he looked shocked. Just the aftershocks of Lu Yin's punch had been enough to push him back. Just how great was that force? The Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant was a visualization technique from a branch of the Lu family. How could it only increase one's strength by 2 times? Visualization was a power that was unique to the Lu family, and it was coveted by the 4 cardinal scales. The true Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant could increase one's strength tenfold by relying on the Lu family's bloodline. Previously, Lu Yin had only visualized it and had not activated the power of his bloodline. But now, perhaps because the seal had been pushed back by the Sword King's sword, or perhaps because his body had been stained with blood, Lu Yin was able to see the true Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant. He had also activated the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant's true strength, increasing it tenfold. A punch with tenfold strength had forcefully shattered the Sengoku kingdom. In outer space, Lu Yin's arms drooped down as he panted heavily. The Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant slowly disappeared. He looked up at the Origin Tribulation whirlpool and his pupils shrank. It still hasn't disappeared? Lu Yin really wanted to kill himself. He was already bathed in blood, but the Origin Tribulation would continue. Su Qing and the countless beasts that had been hostile towards Lu Yin could no longer be excited, as they were in too much despair. A Tian Yao's god burst and Qin Fan's Sengoku kingdom were enough to wipe out most of the people present. Even a powerhouse with a power level of 700,000 would not dare to say that they could survive. Lu Yin had survived, but it was still not over. Under the Origin Tribulation, all life was equal, and everyone had to bear the brunt of the tribulation. At this moment, Su Qing felt like a fox mourning the death of a rabbit. Cultivation was a path that defied the heavens. Lu Yin had clearly absorbed astral origin to break through, but he was now viewed as an enemy by the entire astral source universe. His enemies were the entire astral source universe, and they were also the various powers that had appeared in the astral source universe. On the other side, Guru Qinghua's eyes flashed. That's the power of the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant. He actually managed to break through the Sengoku kingdom. That was Qin Fan's Sengoku kingdom. Xian looked at Lu Yin with a deep gaze. No one knew what she was thinking. The heavens were silent as everyone stared at the Origin Tribulation whirlpool. If it had not dissipated, then it was still there. What would the next tribulation be? Lu Yin clenched his fists. He should have known that neither the Tian Yao's spiritual force nor the Sengoku kingdom's Sengoku kingdom would be enough to trigger a progenitor. His Origin Tribulation would continue to expand until it attracted the attention of a progenitor and the entire Fifth Mainland. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He wanted to see what kind of Origin Tribulation would appear next. As countless people waited in silence, a figure formed within the Origin Tribulation whirlpool and slowly descended. It was silent and did not cause any great commotion, but many people's expressions changed. Xian's gaze turned cold. It was a humanoid Origin Tribulation. The most dangerous of the Origin Tribulations was the humanoid Origin Tribulation. Since a humanoid Origin Tribulation had appeared, it meant that the Origin Tribulation was confident in defeating the person undergoing the tribulation. Thank you for your support, brothers. Update at 2 p.m. Thank you. Chapter 1880. The Sea King and the others had ugly expressions. It was actually a humanoid Origin Tribulation. Throughout history there had been many who had encountered a humanoid Origin Tribulation, but the success rate was less than 1 in 10,000. The appearance of a humanoid Origin Tribulation meant that the person undergoing the tribulation was extraordinarily talented, but the success rate was still so low. One could only imagine how terrifying it was. No one knew who it was. Lu Yin stared at the slowly descending figure. The figure was formed from the Origin Tribulation, but it did not reveal its appearance. Lu Yin's gaze was cautious as he activated his battle force and visualized the Akalanatha King's elephant behind him once more. He felt an indescribable sense of danger. The person in front of him was very dangerous. The figure formed from the Origin Tribulation and lightning pierced through the sky, connecting the figure and the tribulation. Lu Yin visualized the Akalanatha King's elephant. and his pupils turned into runes. What he saw were very few runes. Since it was an origin tribulation, it was impossible to use an aura-concealing stone to conceal its aura. The only possibility was that the person formed from the tribulation had the ability to conceal its own power. In the distance, a giant meteor flew over, quickly passing through the battlefield and appearing between Lu Yin and the humanoid figure. When the meteor passed by, Lu Yin and the humanoid tribulation origin cultivator disappeared. Everyone was stunned, and the next moment the meteor exploded, causing Lu Yin and the figure to retreat at the same time. Lu Yin was stunned. Sengoku? The one who had clashed with his Akalanatha king's elephant was Sengoku. On the other side, the void around the humanoid figure burned, and Sengoku spread out, causing an uproar. Master Qinghua sighed. Sengoku again? I wonder who this person is. Throughout history, very few Sengoku have been able to surpass Chen Fan. Lan Xian's eyes flashed. Sengoku was terrifying, and Lu Yin's potential was even more frightening to be able to fight against him and cultivate battle force. Lu Yin raised his head. So what if it was Sengoku? That fist had not been able to do anything to him, and this person would not be able to do anything to him either. Under the support of the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant, the power of the emptiness palm was raised to its peak. In the past, a single emptiness palm was enough to make an elite with a combat power of 600,000 vomit blood. Now the emptiness palm was enough to make an elite with a combat power of 700,000 vomit blood. The emptiness palm's power increased by 10 times brought about a qualitative change. The humanoid original tribulation was hit by the empty bright palm, and its body flew out upside down. Even Sengoku couldn't block it. Just as the humanoid original tribulation origin tribulation was sent flying, its body suddenly shook. Then a figure walked out and raised his hand, causing stars to revolve around him. This scene caused Lu Yin's expression to change greatly. Serious? No, there were two figures. Was this the 9 clones technique? In the south, Elder Zhou Xian was aghast. Patriarch Qin. The two words, Ancestor Qin, shocked everyone. Yamavis was in disbelief. Elder Zhou Xian, what did you say? Everyone looked at him. Elder Zhou Xian gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with fervor and faith. His breathing grew ragged as he stared at the humanoid origin tribulation. Clones and Sirius. There's only been one person in history who can use both at the same time, and that's Progenitor Qin. Stars revolve around star energy, not astral sources. Who could possibly fight against Lu Yin when he was still an enlighter? That humanoid tribulation origin is Ancestor Qin. Su Qing's eyes flickered. The human's 9 clones technique. Serious? Could it be Ancestor Qin? The celestial demon's face sank. On the other side, Guru Qinghua was shocked. His expression fluctuated. To the 6th mainland, Ancestor Qin was not a good person, but no one dared to deny his invincibility. Ancestor Qin was the mark of an era. The progenitors of the ancient era had become legends, and many people believed that the progenitors of the modern era could not compare to the ancient progenitors. Humanity was regressing, but Ancestor Qin was also from the modern era, which was the era of the Daoist sect. Who would dare to say that Ancestor Qin represented humanity's regression? In that era, Ancestor Qin was synonymous with invincibility. He had killed multiple progenitors at the same time and beaten the 6th mainland into submission. He had dominated 2 mountains and 1 sea, and he was invincible in the universe. Anyone who mentioned Ancestor Qin would only think of one word: invincible. It was as if that word had been created for Ancestor Qin. After the Autarkas tournament, Lu Yin had reigned supreme among his peers. After returning from the Cosmic Tree realm, he had even challenged envoys of a higher realm. As his cultivation deepened, he was now able to fight against powerhouses with power levels of 700,000. Had anyone in history ever achieved such a feat? Perhaps there had been, but there had been no records of such a feat now that Lu Yin was undergoing his first tribulation. Whether it was the celestial demon formed from the first tribulation or the fist formed from the second tribulation, their power levels were definitely not below that of an emissary's. Only this humanoid tribulation had activated the Sirius art and used star energy. Throughout history, how many people had been able to fight against Lu Yin before becoming an emissary? Even the 6th mainland's martial ancestor, the blood progenitor, and the progenitors of the Cosmic Tree realm dared to claim that they could do so. How strong could they have been when they had been enlighters? Only Ancestor Qin, who had stood at the peak of invincibility ever since he had started cultivating, could fight against Lu Yin. No one knew whether the origin tribulation had manifested Ancestor Qin, or whether Ancestor Qin had borrowed the power of the origin tribulation to fight across time and space. Everyone only knew that at this moment, what was happening in front of them was the greatest battle between enlighters since ancient times. Even in the incomparably ancient past, there were very few enlighters who could compare to these two. In outer space, beneath the origin tribulation, Lu Yin's breathing grew ragged as he stared at the humanoid tribulation that was circulating the serious art and had formed a clone. An unsuppressible sense of pride welled up in his heart. Ancestor Qin, your Ancestor Qin. He looked up at the origin tribulation and laughed loudly. Aside from Ancestor Qin, who else could stop him? He had heard of Ancestor Qin countless times since he had started cultivating, and every time he heard the name Ancestor Qin, it was immediately followed by invincible. It was as if Ancestor Qin and these two words were inseparable. Lu Yin did not know if anyone had ever defeated Ancestor Qin before, but today he had to. Only by defeating the current Ancestor Qin would he be able to step into the realm of emissary. They were both enlighters, but time had separated them. However, the origin tribulation had brought them together once again. Back when Lu Yin had faced the Prime Clear's 3 Yang ancestral qi, if not for the Reaper's transformation, he would have been defeated without a doubt. At that time, the Prime Clear had only manifested 2 of Ancestor Chen's clones. Now Lu Yin was facing an enlighter at his peak. Whether Ancestor Qin was invincible or whether Lu Yin was the strongest among his peers would soon be revealed. Boom boom boom, stars exploded. The serious art had been created by Ancestor Qin, and at this moment Ancestor Qin was able to circulate the stars. This proved that the serious art had been created when Ancestor Qin had been an enlighter. Although he could not circulate as many stars as Lu Yin, that was because Lu Yin had used time stop to support his cultivation of the primogenitor's scripture. Even so, because Ancestor Qin had created the serious art, Ancestor Chen's understanding of it far surpassed Lu Yin's. Every star seemed to have a life of its own. Elder Zhou Xian sighed in amazement. The great freedom astral body realm. I only comprehended this realm after crossing 4 origin tribulations. Back then, Ancestor Qin had already been able to do this when he was an enlighter. His talent was astonishing. That was originally created by Ancestor Qin, Emperor Lu praised. Ancestor Chen's appearance had completely overshadowed Lu Yin's tribulation. In reality, everyone's attention had shifted from Lu Yin's tribulation to his battle with Ancestor Qin. Even if they were extremely confident in Lu Yin at this moment, most people did not think that he would succeed. Why? It was because he was facing Ancestor Qin, the invincible and undefeated Ancestor Qin. It was impossible for anyone in the same realm to defeat Ancestor Qin. At the same time, Lu Yin activated the serious art. The number of stars that he could circulate surpassed Ancestor Chen's, but the power of his attacks was about the same. After all, his understanding of the serious art was far from Ancestor Chen's realm. One of Ancestor Chen's clones activated the serious art, causing the stars to converge and transform into serious sword technique. At the same time, Lu Yin also used serious sword technique. The 2 heavenly star swords collided in the starry sky, twisting the void and tearing it apart. Suddenly, another clone of Ancestor Qin walked out and took the heavenly star swordsmanship and slashed out. This was the Xia clan's blade will. The Xia family's 3 sword intents combined into one, borrowing the power of serious sword technique to slash horizontally. The sharpness of this attack caused many to be unable to open their eyes. Lu Yin also raised his sword and slashed out with the 14th sword. With the cosmic swordsmanship as a weapon, one of them used the saber will of the Xia clan, turning the sword into a saber and operating it perfectly. The other used the 14th sword, whose swordsmanship surpassed that of the cosmic art. The clash of techniques transformed into a clash of swordsmanship. What appeared before everyone's eyes was the starry sky being cut apart. Countless people's jaws dropped. How could they fight like this? Above them, Ancestor Chen's clone punched out. This was the first Ancestor Qin clone. At this point, Ancestor Qin had already created 3 clones. Against Sengoku, Lu Yin struck out with his clear void palm. The invisible palm technique forced Ancestor Chen's clone back once again. Whether it was serious art, sword technique, or physical strength, Lu Yin was not inferior to Ancestor Chen's. In fact, he was even slightly stronger. This was something that many had not expected. Who said that the people of today were inferior to the ancients? Suddenly, Lu Yin felt a sense of danger as he felt a sharp pain from his back. Not good. He remembered that Ancestor Chen had a clone that could become transparent. At this thought, the star-scattered chessboard appeared beneath his feet and he moved. In the same spot, the transparent clone chased after Lu Yin. Serious art once again activated the stars to limit Lu Yin's speed. Lu Yin appeared not too far away, and Ancestor Chen's clone suddenly became incomparably huge. The warring state extended endlessly. It was a giant clone. Lu Yin tried to use the secret art of plan to escape, but it suddenly became ineffective. The Xia secret art, void transformation, could break all secret techniques. In front of him, the transparent Ancestor Chen had already arrived and merged with one of his clones. He raised a hand and his star energy transformed into a blade that unleashed 3 forms of blade intent. Above his head, a giant fist came crashing down, and it was not any weaker than the fist that Lu Yin had faced during Lu Yin's tribulation. There was also a warring state, but Ancestor Chen's warring state was even more terrifying. Lu Yin's gaze trembled as 4 clones surrounded him. Ancestor Chen was indeed worthy of his reputation. Lu Yin was confident that he could easily crush any enlighter, but he was forced into a passive position against Ancestor Chen. This was Ancestor Chen. Lu Yin's lips curled up. This was interesting. Then the Aeon Evolution Scripture, Omniscient Realm. Bang. The fist landed and the 3 forms of blade intent slashed out in front of Lu Yin. Aside from his clothes being slightly wrinkled, Lu Yin was fine. Countless people widened their eyes in confusion. In the south, Elder Zhou Xian raised his brows. The Aeon Evolution Scripture had reached Omniscient Realm. What a mysterious technique. Lan Xian's eyes flickered. Yet another cultivation technique from an unrecognized civilization. Rune Progenitor versus Progenitor Chen. Interesting. As a half-step ancestor, she had never imagined that she would one day be attracted by a battle between enlighters. Chapter 1881. Did Lu Yin know how to negate the effects of an attack? Lu Yin negated the effects of Progenitor Chen's attacks on the surrounding space. Once one's destructive power reached the level of an explorer, it would affect the surrounding space. If one did not want to be affected, then one's destructive power would have to be reduced to below the explorer realm. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and rune lines began to weaken. The next moment he unleashed 3 consecutive vacant palms, forcing back Progenitor Chen's clone, the clone that had fused with the Xia family's saber intent, and the Progenitor Chen's clone from Sirius. Some of the Sirius art clones were even scattered and the clone was heavily injured. But that was not the end. Lu Yin faced the giant clone and continued to attack, defeating the Sengoku clone. The giant clone was also heavily injured. The transparent Progenitor Chen's clone attacked again, but it was still ineffective against Lu Yin's knowledge denial. It was as if Lu Yin was invincible in the knowledge denial realm, which stunned and confused many. Lu Yin was strong, extremely strong, but many did not believe that he could defeat Progenitor Chen, who was at the same realm as him. However, Lu Yin now had the upper hand. At that moment, another clone walked out of the transparent clone and headed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin was on guard as Progenitor Chen had 9 clones, and 4 of them had already appeared. They had also used battle techniques that many knew about, such as Sirius art, Xia family's saber intent, secret techniques, transparency, giant, and what else? It was not just Lu Yin. Everyone else wanted to know as well. That was all that the universe knew about Progenitor Chen. Elder Zhou Xian's eyes blazed. Progenitor Chen was invincible in the universe and each of his clones was extremely powerful. Today I can finally see them all. Across from them, the celestial demon Feng Lin, Su Qing, and the other astral beasts were all breathing rapidly. They also wanted to see what other clones the once invincible Progenitor Chen had. On the other side, Lan Xian raised her head. Progenitor Chen had caused too much slaughter in the 6th mainland, and several progenitors had died tragically. During that era, the 6th mainland had been dim, and after Progenitor Chen's disappearance, no one knew if he was dead or alive. The 6th mainland had destroyed all records related to him, and only the 5th mainland's Daoist sex ruins had been passed down. The 6th mainland had not understood Progenitor Chen for a long time. Now she could see him as well. Lu Yin continued to maintain his awareness realm as he stared at the clone that was approaching him. He did not believe that an Enlighter would be able to break through his awareness realm unless the rune ancestor appeared. Progenitor Chen's clone approached Lu Yin step by step, but strangely the closer he got, the less close he got. Lu Yin frowned and stared at the clone. Was he walking towards him? No, he was retreating. The more he retreated, the closer he got. Why did this footwork look so familiar? Lu Yin suddenly thought of Qianzhou, that Neoverse cultivator who had once fought for the Star Tower. That was the first time he had seen such a footwork technique in the Monument Realm, and he had called it the reverse step. How could Progenitor Chen know the reverse step? The more Progenitor Chen's clone retreated, the closer he got to Lu Yin. However, he couldn't get any closer. At that moment, the Xia family's blade will slashed out once more. Lu Yin suddenly had a feeling that the knowing denial realm might be ineffective. His intuition was right. Looking at the wound on his arm, if he hadn't dodged at the critical moment, it wouldn't have been just his arm that was injured. Progenitor Chen's clone had broken through Lu Yin's awareness realm by reversing his footwork. But how had he done it? Lu Yin couldn't figure it out. He only knew that in that instant a lot of things had been thrown into disarray. Retreating, advancing, getting close yet not being able to get any closer. Lu Yin couldn't understand Progenitor Chen's footwork, so he struck out with a palm, causing the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant to roar. Progenitor Chen's clone instantly vanished. Lu Yin's eyes widened. That fast? Then what had happened before? In the distance, Zhou Xian's expression turned serious. Space-time has been disrupted. Qinghua didn't understand. What do you mean? Zhou Xian was shocked. That footwork disrupted space-time. Not only can it break through Lu Yin's battle technique, but it can also break through all battle techniques. Qinghua was shocked and he looked at Progenitor Chen's clone. Break through all battle techniques? Was that even possible? Progenitor Chen's clone approached Lu Yin again. He was still retreating, but he was getting closer. Lu Yin hurriedly retreated. Even the awareness realm was ineffective, so what kind of footwork was this? Another clone walked out, attracting everyone's attention. Every single one of Progenitor Chen's clones were incomparably powerful, so what about this one? This Progenitor Daoist clone didn't attack Lu Yin. Instead, he raised a hand and a wellspring appeared in his palm. The wellspring tore through the void and fused with the heavily injured giant clone and serious art clone. In an instant, the two clones recovered. Everyone who saw this scene felt their scalps go numb. This was healing, and not just any ordinary healing. This speed was even faster than the Sixth Mainland's secret resurrection technique, and there didn't seem to be any side effects. Progenitor Daoist was already invincible, and he even had the power to heal. How could anyone fight against him? At that moment, everyone experienced what it meant to be invincible, and what it meant to be incomprehensible. Lu Yin stared blankly at Progenitor Daoist's clone and the wellspring in his palm. Wasn't that the wellspring that he had seen in the 9 Mountains and 8 Seas? This wasn't the first time Lu Yin had entered the 9 Mountains and 8 Seas, and there were inheritances there. Both the E and the wellspring had appeared there, but Lu Yin couldn't make heads or tails of these two inheritances. He hadn't expected Progenitor Chen to have grasped one of them. Lu Yin stared deeply at Progenitor Chen's clone. Ever since he had been able to challenge envoys, he had walked further and further down the path of being invincible among his peers. This was especially so after he had gradually been able to defeat powerhouses with power levels of over 600,000 and even 700,000. His confidence had swelled, and he believed that as an enlighter, even the legendary ancient ancestor couldn't compare to him. Lu Yin didn't care if obscurity had obtained some of the inheritances in the burial garden, and he still didn't care if someone else had obtained Wu Tian's inheritance. No matter how powerful those people were, they definitely couldn't compare to him. This was his self-confidence. But at this moment, Progenitor Chen's invincible strength had shocked Lu Yin, especially his chaotic footwork and the wellspring of the 9 Mountains and 8 Seas inheritance. Lu Yin raised his head and looked at Progenitor Chen's clones. It had been a long time since he had met a powerhouse at the same level as him. This was an unrivaled Progenitor Chen, and today he had to win. Come, let me see just how unrivaled Progenitor Chen is. Lu Yin pointed at the void and set up a sourcebox array around himself. He then took a step forward and charged towards Progenitor Chen's transparent avatar. This clone had fused with the clone that had used the 3 forms of blade intent, and when it saw Lu Yin charging over, it slashed out. The 3 forms of blade intent merged into one and tore through the void. This attack was enough to strike fear into the hearts of the 700,000 envoys. Lu Yin waved his hand and activated the secret art. The blade intent slashed towards the giant clone, and the giant clone burned through the void. It was struck by the 3 forms of blade intent and was forced to retreat. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Yin raised his hand and unleashed a clear void palm. Dozens of palm imprints attacked all of Progenitor Chen's clones, causing the stars to explode and distort spacetime. This caused many of the palm imprints to deviate, but some of them still managed to hit the serious art clone, the giant clone, and the clone that had used the wellspring. Lu Yin's clear void palm was extremely powerful, and it was amplified by the immovable heavenly king elephant. Even Progenitor Chen's clones found it difficult to withstand the attack, and 3 of them were heavily injured. In the surroundings, everyone who saw this scene was shocked. Aside from Lu Yin, who else in the same realm could suppress Progenitor Chen? After all, Progenitor Chen had 6 clones. The 5th mainland's cultivators were not as shocked as Zhou Xian and Qinghua Shangren. During the battle of the Daoist sect, Progenitor Chen had fought against multiple progenitors at the same time, and almost every clone had the ability to fight against a progenitor. They had never heard of any progenitor who could fight against 6 of Progenitor Chen's clones at the same time. And now Lu Yin's display of strength was enough to go down in history. But it was still not enough, and it was far from enough for Lu Yin. Lu Yin watched as the spring fused into Progenitor Chen's clones, causing them to rapidly recover. Lu Yin took a deep breath and tried again. His pupils transformed into runes that weakened all of Progenitor Chen's clones, and he struck out with dozens of palms at the same time. His battle force, spiritual force, domain and physical strength combined with his clear void palm could easily injure all of Progenitor Chen's clones. Even Progenitor Chen's clone, who was using the reverse step, would find it difficult to ignore all of them. The giant clone Sengoku was extremely powerful, and Lu Yin relied on the Sengoku to counter the clear void palm. Lu Yin used the secret art to divert the 3 forms of his blade intent towards the Sengoku, but they were all countered by the Xia secret art. Progenitor Chen's clone, who was using the reverse step, used its ability to distort spacetime to appear behind Lu Yin. It then merged with the giant clone and punched at Lu Yin's back. In front of Lu Yin, the 3 forms of his blade intent and starburst were something that he could not ignore. Behind him, Progenitor Chen's clone punched out, but it was blocked by the sourcebox array's flow channeling diagram. The terrifying shockwave transformed into thin lines that scattered in all directions. Countless thin lines formed by the shockwave were flung towards the south, tearing through space along the way. The Lu Emperor attacked and his sword swept out and severed all of the thin lines. To the north, the male from the Celestial Demon Imperial family attacked and blocked all of the thin lines. Lu Yin relied on the flow channeling diagram to block Progenitor Chen's attack, but his body was still sent flying. The force behind the attack had been too great. At that moment, black lines appeared in the void and bound Lu Yin's limbs like ropes, imprisoning him in the void. Lu Yin was shocked. The Wang family's secret technique? Back in the Cosmic Tree realm, he had been imprisoned by the Wang family's secret technique, and it was exactly the same. Why did Progenitor Chen know the Wang family's secret technique? In front of him, a palm image from Progenitor Chen's clone slammed towards him. Lu Yin was momentarily dazed, but when he regained his senses, the 3 forms of his blade intent and Sengoku's punch landed on his body. Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood, and the stars behind him revolved as the 3 forms of his blade intent slashed towards him. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold and his body disappeared. He used his sourcebox array to teleport 1,000 meters away, and Progenitor Chen's clone, who was using the reverse step, also appeared with him. Progenitor Chen's clone followed him like a shadow, and his speed was inconceivably fast. He could even break through Lu Yin's true scripture of Ian evolution, which made Lu Yin feel extremely aggrieved. The rest of Progenitor Chen's clones charged towards Lu Yin, not giving him any chance to catch his breath. Lu Yin waved his hand and grabbed the clone that was using the reverse step. His body was pulled along, and the scene that he saw caused him to retreat at an extremely fast speed. However, he continued to advance at an extremely fast speed. His body was violently torn apart and he spat out another mouthful of blood. He flipped his hand over and Progenitor Chen's clone suddenly disappeared. The rest of Progenitor Chen's clones suddenly stopped, and the clone that was using the reverse step disappeared. In the west, Zhou Xian exclaimed, "Profound creation realm star energy control." He threw Progenitor Chen's clone into a world of star energy. That clone relies on speed and its ability to break through Lu Yin's battle techniques. Once it's controlled, Lu Yin will be in an invincible position with his runic technology technique. Chapter 1882. Quite a few people noticed this as well, especially the Astral Beast Domain's death bugs, who let out angry cries. During the Sovereign Tournament, the death bugs had been trapped in wine by Jiuhao's arcane creation realm star energy control. They had been extremely sullen and the death bugs had lost all face. Lu Yin had never thought that he would be able to trap Progenitor Chen's clone forever. His arcane creation realm star energy control could only temporarily trap the clone, and it would quickly escape. If Progenitor Chen could be trapped so easily, then he wouldn't be Progenitor Chen. In particular, Progenitor Chen's clones could fuse with each other. If he couldn't escape, then he could fuse with another clone and then separate again. Lu Yin sighed and raised his hand to summon the general appointment platform. At this point he was no longer afraid of being recognized. After using the Akalanatha King's elephant, he had recognized everyone who needed to be recognized. When the general appointment platform appeared, Zhou Xian's expression changed and she blurted out, "A direct descendant of the Lu family?" Because the fifth mainland had been abandoned by the primeval surnames and had its skies changed, many historical records were incomplete. However, the sixth mainland was different. Zhou Xian had been able to recognize the Akalanatha King's elephant, and now she had recognized the general appointment platform. She had thought that Lu Yin was from a side branch of the Lu family, which was why he had visualized the Akalanatha King's elephant. Who would have thought that he was from the Lu family's main branch? At this moment Zhou Xian looked at Lu Yin with a brilliant gaze. "In my name, general appointment," Lu Yin slowly said. At the same time, Progenitor Chen's clone that had used reverse step walked out. The transparent Progenitor Chen's clone that had used the Xia family's blade intent separated, and the 7 clones surrounded Lu Yin. This scene was enough to shock even a half-ancestor. Progenitor Chen and the Lu family's main branch had begun their battle on the 5th mainland. Below the general appointment platform, 2 figures appeared. Progenitor Chen's 7 clones attacked at the same time. One clone gathered a wellspring and merged with all the other clones. The first to appear in front of Lu Yin was Progenitor Chen's clone that had used reverse step. If Lu Yin tried to use knowledge denial, it would be broken. Above his head, a warring state shrouded the starry sky, and black lines appeared in all directions. This was the Wang family's secret technique, forbidden. Everyone held their breaths as they watched in shock. Progenitor Chen's clones were enough to deal with 600,000 to 700,000 emissaries, which meant that Lu Yin was facing 7 emissaries at the same time. He could attack, control, defend, and heal. It was simply perfect. This was Progenitor Chen. He had single-handedly slaughtered the progenitor realm experts of the 6th mainland, causing a rain of blood to fall from the 6th mainland. Countless people were in pain and despair. In front of Lu Yin, one of the selected individuals raised a hand and pressed down. A cloud appeared in the void and simultaneously pressed down on all of Progenitor Chen's clones. In an instant, all of them were simultaneously trapped. Secret technique, cloud fall. Lu Yin pointed at Bai Xiaohong. With Lu Yin's current strength, all of his opponents were envoys, and he rarely had the opportunity to challenge an enlighter like Bai Xiaohong. But now, under the pressure of Progenitor Chen, Lu Yin had chosen Bai Xiaohong for no other reason than the secret technique in this momentary opportunity. Bai Xiaohong's strength was far from enough to deal with Progenitor Chen's clones, but this was a secret technique. Cloudfall's secret technique could trap all of Progenitor Chen's clones. Even if Progenitor Chen's clones could escape, they would still be trapped for several breaths of time. Lu Yin was also trapped in the void by the Wang family's secret technique, but he had used his death aura to point at Zhou. As the only powerhouse whose power level exceeded 700,000, Zhou was enough to pose a threat to Progenitor Chen's clones. Both Progenitor Chen's clones and Lu Yin were trapped at the same time. Zhou faced Progenitor Chen's clone that was using Wellspring and exploded with flames, using his strongest attack to heavily injure the clone. In the next moment, Lu Yin broke free from the seal and visualized the Akalanatha king's elephant. He recited the primogenitor's scripture and used his full strength to unleash the limitless void palm. The Xia family's blade intent clones and the giant progenitor Chen's clones broke free from Cloudfall's restraints, but the rest of progenitor Chen's clones were not. They were directly defeated by the limitless void palm, especially the clone that was using Wellspring. It would be very difficult to win without destroying him. Lu Yin had used Bai Xiaohong's secret technique to create an opportunity to win against all 7 of progenitor Chen's clones. It seemed like Lu Yin was fighting against 7 clones alone, but he also had helpers beneath the commander appointment stage. The commander appointment stage was an innate gift, and it did not count as an external force. At this moment, Lu Yin had yet to break through to become an emissary, and he did not have an astral source within his body. Once he successfully broke through, he would be able to use his astral source to summon generals without fear of death energy consumption. Song Zhou, Jiuhan and Dragon Lord could all be summoned, and he would be able to summon even more powerhouses in the future. This was the innate gift of the Lu family. One person could rule a country and one person could be revered. Compared to the direct descendants of the Lu family who were developing normally, Lu Yin could be considered to be neglecting his duties. He had broken through to the origin tribulation stage, and there were only a few people present at the commander appointment stage. In the West, Guru Qinghua was shocked. That person who was summoned can control progenitor Chen's clones at the same time. It should be a secret technique. I don't know who it is, but he must be an innate genius to be able to do this. Even so, he died at Lu Yin's hands. Lan Xian's eyes were burning as she stared at Lu Yin. The Lu family, the Lu family's people and the Lu family's bloodline. 5 of progenitor Chen's 7 clones had been destroyed by Lu Yin, but he still did not dare to be careless. This was because progenitor Chen had 9 clones. The others also did not believe that Lu Yin had one. Even though progenitor Chen's current power level was heaven-defying, it was still not enough. This was progenitor Chen, an unrivaled progenitor. That should be coming out soon, Lan Xian muttered to herself as she recalled what the blood ancestor had once mentioned about progenitor Chen. Everyone knew that progenitor Chen had 9 clones, and that he had created his own serious technique and fused it with the giant's bloodline. He was unrivaled in the universe, but no one had ever mentioned progenitor Chen's innate gift. Did progenitor Chen have an innate gift? This was a question that countless people had overlooked, but the blood ancestor could answer this question. He did, and he was extremely powerful. He was so powerful that even the blood ancestor would feel fear when mentioning him. It was precisely because he was too powerful that progenitor Chen's innate gift and the runic technology that the rune ancestor had created had disappeared into the river of history. No one was willing to mention it. Lan Xian stared at progenitor Chen's clone. His innate gift was about to come out. To those who had just stepped onto the path of cultivation, innate gift was extremely important. The 10 Arbiters Council, which dominated the younger generation, unconditionally accepted cultivators with innate gifts, so one could imagine how important innate gift was. However, the further one progressed, the less important one's innate gift became. What determined one's cultivation was always battle techniques or bloodlines. Even so, innate gift could not be ignored. Lu Yin looked at the remaining 2 clones and suddenly thought of the word innate gift. Did progenitor Chen have an innate gift? There was a whoosh as another clone walked out from one of the clones. It faced Lu Yin, Bai Xiaohong and Song Zhou, who had been called out from the general appointment platform. It raised its hands and formed a circle before slowly rotating, as if it wanted to encompass the entire universe within it. Lu Yin's expression changed as he sensed danger looming over him. He did not hesitate to unleash a clear void palm as he quickly retreated from his original position. The clear void palm was blocked by Sengoku, and Lu Yin constantly moved his body. Bai Xiaohong and Song Zhou simultaneously attacked progenitor Chen's clones from different directions. There was a thump as the new progenitor Chen clasped its hands together, causing the heavens to tremble. After that, Lu Yin heard an incredulous voice. "Head above your head." He looked up and his pupils constricted. What should have been a vast and boundless universe with no end in sight had been transformed into a furnace. It was as if the entire universe had been compressed and refined into something like a pill furnace. And right above him was the lid of the furnace, trapping him inside. How could this be? When did this happen? Lan Xian was shocked. Heaven and Earth Furnace. Qinghua Shangren was not clear about progenitor Chen's innate gift. Even though he had lived for a long time, he only knew what he was qualified to know. As for everything about progenitor Chen, only the three ancestors knew. Lan Xian was a half-progenitor, so she was qualified to know from the blood ancestor. Heaven and Earth Furnace? Qinghua Shangren was confused. Lan Xian's voice was dry. Progenitor Chen's innate gift is the Heaven and Earth Furnace. He uses the heavens and earth as a furnace to refine everything. There is nothing that cannot be refined and no one can escape from it. Once absorbed into the furnace, it is equivalent to the end of one's life. Back then, progenitor Chen used the Heaven and Earth Furnace to refine progenitor Nan. Qinghua Shangren was shocked. Progenitor Chen had refined a progenitor. It was no wonder that no one knew about this. The sixth mainland's progenitor Nan had been refined by progenitor Chen, and it had been such a miserable fate. If news of this spread, it would be enough to infuriate countless cultivators of the sixth mainland. It was no wonder that there had been no records of progenitor Chen's innate gift or progenitor Nan's innate gift. Progenitor Nan had also been erased from the sixth mainland's history. His existence had served as a foil to progenitor Chen, but it had also tarnished the reputation of the sixth mainland. Just watch. In a bit you'll know why progenitor Nan's existence was erased. It wasn't just a humiliation, but also an indescribable sorrow and despair, Lan Xian said bitterly. Lan Xian was not the only one who had recognized progenitor Chen's innate gift. The second Night King had as well. He had been born during the Daoist sect's era. At that time the fifth mainland's Daoist sect had still existed, and the mother tree had not moved. Just like how Lu Yin had heard of the symbol progenitor and progenitor Chen countless times after embarking on the path of cultivation, the second Night King had also heard of progenitor Chen the most. However, at that time, the Day-Night clan had been a vassal of the Frigid Immortal sect and had been enslaved by the Frigid Immortal sect. Thus, they did not know much about progenitor Chen, the symbol progenitor, and the others, and they could only be considered hearsay. It was only after the Frigid Immortal sect had left that the Day-Night clan had risen to prominence. Although Lu Yin did not know much about progenitor Chen, he had still heard of the Heaven and Earth Furnace. It's said that the Heaven and Earth Furnace has refined more than one progenitor. The second Night King said in shock. His words caused everyone's scalps to go numb, as well as some records about progenitor Chen. The Sea King's eyes flickered as he looked at Lu Yin. He knew that progenitor Chen was invincible and no one could defeat progenitor Chen. Even if Lu Yin's innate gift was peerless, once the Heaven and Earth Furnace appeared, everything would be over. The Sea King had a complicated expression on his face. Back then he had relied on progenitor Chen's blood-stained robes to break through the upper three gates, and he had a special feeling towards progenitor Chen. Now would he have to watch as progenitor Chen killed Lu Yin? Would he let Lu Yin remain as an enlighter forever? That was the greatest tragedy of all. Once the Heaven and Earth Furnace was fused, it could no longer be opened. Lu Yin continuously used his vacant palm in an attempt to break through the Heaven and Earth Furnace, but he could not shake it in the slightest. He also wanted to use the planned secret art to escape, but this was the Heaven and Earth Furnace and it used the heavens and earth as a furnace. No matter how far the planned secret art escaped, it would remain within the furnace. The planned secret art could not be used to escape from a greater teleportation array, and it could not be broken through. Chapter 1883. Suddenly, a boundless pressure descended upon Lu Yin, as if the heavens and earth were closing in on him. Lu Yin's body trembled and his skin cracked open. The terrifying pressure almost caused him to cough up blood. The general appointment platform disappeared, and Bai Xiaohong appeared. The Tsang universe was instantly destroyed by the pressure. Lu Yin had never experienced such pressure before, and it felt as if the heavens and earth were fusing together. He clenched his fists and activated his battle force imprint in an attempt to break free, but his skin continued to crack and blood splattered everywhere. Behind him, the Akalanatha Heavenly King's image roared. It took some effort to break free, but the pressure suddenly increased once more. In the outside world, countless people looked on in shock. Inside the Heaven and Earth Furnace, the starry sky had collapsed, and everything had returned to its original state. Only Lu Yin remained as if he was the first life in the world, and he was vainly trying to push open the furnace. How difficult was it to create a new world? Even though Lu Yin's entire body was bathed in blood, He had no choice but to recite the primogenitor's scripture. The hazy voice traveled across the primordial era, allowing him to relax a little. However, the heaven and earth furnace's pressure did not decrease. In fact, it even increased. At this moment, Lu Yin finally understood why the Origin Tribulation had chosen Progenitor Qin, who had yet to break through to become an emissary. Progenitor Qin was simply invincible. Lu Yin believed that his strength was unparalleled, and as an enlighter he was able to challenge an emissary with a power level of over 700,000, which was a rare feat since ancient times. However, Progenitor Qin was the same. Blood flowed along the surface of his body, extending into the starry sky. He looked extremely miserable. In the west, Zhou Xian was shocked and she slowly said, Progenitor Nan was refined by Progenitor Qin in front of the Sixth Mainland's Daoist sect's mountain gate with his heaven and earth furnace. Countless cultivators from the Sixth Mainland watched on, but they were powerless to do anything. It was an ultimate tragedy for them to watch as their progenitor was refined. Qinghua Shangren could sense that if the martial ancestor or the blood ancestor were refined now, it would be an unimaginable disaster for the Sixth Mainland. The heaven and earth furnace was not sealed, and everyone could clearly see what was going on. It was precisely because of this that it was even more cruel and sorrowful. A dignified progenitor had been refined into ash right in front of everyone's eyes, and it had even happened right in front of the Sixth Mainland's Daoist sect's mountain gate. To the Sixth Mainland this was a great humiliation. What exactly had happened back then? For Ancestor Qin to go to such extremes? Regardless of the reason behind Progenitor Qin's actions as an enemy, having his existence erased by the Sixth Mainland was an honor. As for Progenitor Nan, having his existence erased was a disgrace. Within the heaven and earth furnace, Lu Yin's blood splattered across the heavens as he felt waves of powerlessness wash over him. Even the visualization of the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant was unstable. Helpless, Lu Yin's eyes transformed into runes, and he entered the realm of knowing and denying. In an instant all the pressure disappeared. It wasn't that he had broken the heaven and earth smelt, but that he had borrowed the power of the knowing denial state to temporarily make himself invincible, causing the pressure of the heaven and earth smelt to not appear. However, the knowing denial state could not be maintained for long. The scripture of Aeon evolution was a cultivation technique and could not be used indefinitely. Outside the heaven and earth smelt, there should have been 3 doppelgangers of Ancestor Qin. However, there were now 7 of them. No, including the last one that appeared, there were 8 of them. 8 of Progenitor Qin's avatars appeared and faced Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared at Progenitor Qin's clone for a long time before he slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The more he fought with Progenitor Qin, the more powerless he felt. It had always been said that Ancestor Qin was invincible and everyone looked up to him. But in their hearts, they all hoped to fight with Ancestor Qin and see just how invincible he was. Only by truly fighting Progenitor Qin would one be able to experience that kind of helplessness. The spectators all felt despair, as this battle was enough to make powerhouses like the Second Night King hold their breaths. Even if Lu Yin had endless opportunities, he had basically used all of his trump cards. When he thought of this, he smiled. How carefree, Progenitor Qin. I really hope that I can fight with the real you. There'll be a chance in the future. After saying this, his body gradually dried up and his skin dried up. Everything will move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. Everything will move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. This was a very mystical technique. After cultivating it, one's body would completely dry up, and if one was attacked, one's body would recover. The stronger the attack, the faster the recovery. At the same time, one could also accumulate strength. In the past, when Lu Yin had obtained this technique, he had not paid much attention to it. Progenitor Ku had not been particularly outstanding, and although he was a progenitor, his presence had been very weak. The tree astral realm was within the sovereign realm, and Progenitor Ku's withering glory domain was also located in the inner region. Lu Yin remembered someone saying that the more powerful a progenitor was, the closer they were to the outer region. At that time, Lu Yin had subconsciously believed that Progenitor Ku was not as strong as other progenitors. However, as time passed, he realized that he had been wrong. Everything will move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. This technique allowed him to heal the injuries caused by Wang Xi, and it also allowed him to neutralize the Eternal's poison. In particular, the maiden had mentioned that Progenitor Ku was actually one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, and he controlled the power of time. This gave Lu Yin an unlimited amount of anticipation, for everything will move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. This technique had been recorded in the Spirit Void Temple and placed together with the secret symbol of withering. At first, Lu Yin had thought that it was useless, but it had turned out to be the most precious item, far surpassing the secret symbol of withering. Lu Yin was glad that he had learned that everything will move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for him to resist this furnace. The furnace's pressure was so great that it was difficult for him to endure, but it was not enough to immediately surpass his limit. This was the perfect example of everything will move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. In the outside world, countless people watched as Lu Yin suddenly ignored the furnace's pressure and dried up his body. They did not know what he was doing. Progenitor Qin was known by everyone and countless people looked up to him. However, Progenitor Ku's presence was truly weak, so weak that even Zhou Xian had never heard of him from the blood ancestor. No one knew what Lu Yin was doing. When his body completely dried up, Lu Yin's knowing nothing faded away, and the boundless pressure appeared once more. The moment the pressure appeared, Lu Yin's dried-up body suddenly recovered by nearly half. He hurriedly used everything will move in the opposite direction and continued to dry up. He repeated this process over and over again, and the pressure allowed him to recover while he himself dried up. He continuously recovered, dried up, recovered and dried up again. No one knew what Lu Yin was doing, and even Zhou Xian, a half-progenitor, could not understand what was happening. Although she could not understand what Lu Yin was doing, it did not stop her from being shocked. The heaven and earth furnace's legends were terrifying, but Lu Yin's current actions were just as exaggerated. He had directly faced the furnace, which was an innate gift that could refine a progenitor. Back then, Progenitor Qin and Progenitor Nan had both been progenitors, but Progenitor Nan had been forcefully refined. Now Progenitor Qin was an enlighter and Lu Yin was also an enlighter, but Lu Yin had actually withstood the heaven and earth furnace's pressure. This scene greatly stimulated Zhou Xian. Is there really someone who can face Progenitor Qin head-on? 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 7 days passed and the same scene was repeated within the heaven and earth furnace, as if there would never be an end. On the 9th day the void distorted and the heaven and earth furnace dissipated. Even Progenitor Qin could not maintain his innate gift for very long. Everyone stared at Lu Yin, who was still seated cross-legged. His body was still dried up. What was going on? He couldn't have died, right? Bang! Progenitor Qin did not hold back. The giant's avatar Sengoku burned the void and punched Lu Yin, sending him flying. Following that, a black line appeared from the void and bound Lu Yin. Wang family's secret technique forbidden. The Xia family's 3 styles of blade intent, serious art. Attack after attack descended and all of them landed on Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin was like a punching bag as he was beaten up by Progenitor Chen's avatar. Everyone had complicated expressions. Had he given up? Zhou Xian had a strange expression. No, this kid's body was recovering. Every time he was attacked his body would recover a bit. What was going on? What was going on? What had he learned? Lu Yin looked miserable and his entire body was covered in blood. Although his skin was dry, there were still signs of cracking. He was being beaten up by Progenitor Chen's avatar without being able to retaliate. This scene caused many to despair. However, only a few people could clearly see that even though he was being beaten up, his body was not injured at all. It was very strange. Gradually, Lu Yin's body miraculously recovered. His eyes suddenly opened and a terrifying aura swept out in all directions, forcing Progenitor Chen's 8 avatars back. Progenitor Chen's 8 avatars suddenly fused together, and their star energy transformed into a blade. He slashed out, using all of his avatar's combined power to unleash the 3 styles of blade intent. Lu Yin's eyes gleamed with excitement. He lifted his foot and charged forward. There were no fancy movements, just a punch that met the attack head-on and shattered the blade intent. He faced Progenitor Qin and punched out. His body passed through Progenitor Qin and stopped 1,000 meters away. He loosened his grip. It's over. Behind him, Progenitor Chen's body slowly disappeared, transforming into mottled lightning that floated up and merged into his origin tribulation. Everyone watched this scene in shock. Had Lu Yin won? Lu Yin had defeated Progenitor Qin? No one had expected the situation to suddenly reverse. and Lu Yin had actually defeated Progenitor Qin. No one could understand what had just happened. Lu Yin let out a long breath. When things reached an extreme, they would eventually develop in the opposite direction. He had been suppressed in the furnace for 9 days, and his accumulated strength had been constantly gathering. He had finally released all of it, and that single punch had been enough to defeat Progenitor Qin. He turned around and looked in the direction that Progenitor Qin had disappeared with a solemn expression. Progenitor Qin was indeed unequaled. Only one person in the same realm could fight against him. However, Lu Yin frowned. Progenitor Qin had 8 avatars, which meant that he had 9 avatars. Then where was his 9th avatar? Why hadn't it appeared? Lu Yin had probably not been able to make it in time. That punch of his had accumulated too much strength, and it was equivalent to Progenitor Qin's heaven and earth furnace helping him complete his ultimate attack. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult to end this battle, and he would have had to rely on the Reaper transformation in the end. When he thought about this, Lu Yin laughed. He had never thought that Progenitor Qin would be the one to help him complete his strongest attack. He was really curious as to what kind of power Progenitor Qin's 9th avatar would possess. Progenitor Qin represented the Xia family, and Lu Yin represented the Lu family. The Lu family had always suppressed the Xia family, but Progenitor Qin was different. He was a genius, and even during the era of the Daoist sect he had dominated 2 mountains and 1 ocean in the 9 mountains and 8 seas. He had been unrivaled throughout the universe, and no one in the Lu family had been able to suppress Progenitor Qin in that generation. Lu Yin had finally defeated Progenitor Qin in a battle that had transcended time. This had shocked everyone, and even half-ancestor Zhou Xian looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. Progenitor Qin's various displays of power were unfathomable, and Lu Yin was even more unfathomable. She remembered that the blood ancestor had once said that there had only been one Progenitor Qin since ancient times. Who could defeat Progenitor Qin? And now this person had appeared. Even if he had only been an enlighter who could predict the future. This really is the most despairing origin tribulation. Someone sighed, but no one refuted this statement. No matter who it was, encountering Progenitor Qin during their origin tribulation was unlucky. However, this also proved that Progenitor Qin was powerful, and not just anyone was qualified to make Progenitor Qin take action. It's over. Lu Yin has successfully passed his origin tribulation, and I wonder what kind of power level he'll have now. Elder He smiled and sighed in relief. Ling Qiu smiled bitterly, as she had never expected that Lu Yin would be able to overcome such an origin tribulation and defeat Progenitor Qin. Lu Yin would probably be the next Progenitor Qin. If Lu Yin became a progenitor, then joining the Great Eastern Alliance might not be a bad choice. I'll be updating for 3 consecutive days. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Chapter 1884. Lu Qinjue and the others stared at Lu Yin. At this moment their attitudes had changed. Previously they had been forced to join the Great Eastern Alliance, but now they had witnessed Lu Yin's victory over Progenitor Qin, which had greatly affected them. If they joined the Great Eastern Alliance and became Lu Yin's subordinates, then once Lu Yin became an ancestor in the future, the benefits he would bring them would be immeasurable. Congratulations, Alliance leader, for successfully passing your tribulation, the mountain god shouted, giving Elder He a fright. Lu Qinjue, Ling Qiu and Madame Yu all followed suit and congratulated Lu Yin. Across from them, Su Qing's expression turned ugly. If he can survive this tribulation, then his power level will definitely increase greatly once he becomes an emissary. He might even be able to protect himself on the battlefield, and killing him will be difficult. The celestial beast male sighed. If he can defeat Progenitor Qin, then he might be the 5th mainland's first progenitor. When he heard this, Su Qing's expression turned even uglier. Although a progenitor was terrifying, it was not enough to make one despair. However, Lu Yin was also the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader. This kid was not only good at cultivation, but he was also good at scheming. Su Qing recalled what Lu Yin had said before the war. Once he became an ancestor in the future, how would he deal with the astral beast domain? No, this kid had to be killed, or else he would be a disaster for the astral beast domain in the future. Lu Yin's tribulation could be considered the most despairing. Progenitor Qin represented the peak of enlighters, and even a powerhouse with a power level of 700,000 would find it difficult to defeat an enlighter like Progenitor Qin, let alone breaking through to become an emissary. Defeating Progenitor Qin would mean that Lu Yin had passed his tribulation. The star energy in Lu Yin's body dispersed, and the next moment, astral source flowed out of his tribulation vortex and was absorbed by Lu Yin. This was the reward for passing the tribulation. After successfully breaking through and becoming an emissary, one would no longer use star energy but astral source. The power of each person's tribulation varied because of how much astral source they absorbed. The stronger a cultivator was, the more astral source they would absorb after breaking through, which naturally made the astral source universe even more hostile. The terrifying amount of star energy in Lu Yin's body had caused the astral source universe to directly manifest progenitor Qin and bring about the most despairing tribulation. However, Lu Yin had still successfully passed his tribulation. If the astral source universe's expression, it would have been ugly. Lu Yin's lips curled up, but he quickly thought of something else. Kuei Luo had said that by Xian'er's origin tribulation had shaken the starry sky of trees and even attracted progenitor realm experts. How did she do it? Was it too much of a commotion? Or was it because she was the center of attention that drew out an ancestor realm expert? The latter was most likely the case. Lu Yin wasn't being arrogant, but he was very certain that he had already reached the limit of the Enlighter realm. Progenitor Qin had also reached the limit. Even so, no progenitor had appeared. But if he had been a disciple of the frigid Immortal sect or a disciple of the Lu family, then the origin tribulation that he had just fought with progenitor Qin would definitely have attracted a progenitor. It was definitely enough to strike fear into the hearts of the Eternals. The biggest difference between him and Bai Xian'er was her background. Looking to the north, perhaps Su Qing's killing intent toward him was the same as the Eternal race's killing intent toward Bai Xian'er after her tribulation. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Once he finished absorbing the astral source and used it to replace the star energy in his body, he would be considered to have passed the origin tribulation. After astral source entered his body, he could choose a location to transform into an astral source cyclone. He had long since decided on this location, which was right next to the black and white fog. It just so happened that there was Fate Zen in that area as well. The astral source followed the star energy and swam around his body. Lu Yin could clearly feel a change in his body. After breaking through to the emissary realm, ordinary cultivators would undergo a metamorphosis and be able to step into the astral source universe. However, the requirements for one's physical strength were very high. Ordinary cultivators could increase their physical strength to the point where they could step into the astral source universe. But for Lu Yin, he didn't know to what extent it would increase his physical strength. In any case, he could feel that something was different. The astral source followed the location where the star energy had once been and quickly swam to the Xiaochong gate. It then followed the Xiaochong gate into the middle finger gate. It then entered the upper wisdom gate and finally appeared at his chest, next to the black and white fog. It then transformed into a cyclone that gradually expanded and attracted the astral source. The others still didn't dare to approach Lu Yin. Even though his tribulation had ended, once he absorbed the astral source, he could still attract an origin tribulation. This was a part of the tribulation. If there was a punishment, there would be a reward. This had never changed since ancient times. It wasn't that no one had tried to approach Lu Yin while he was absorbing the astral source, but they still attracted an origin tribulation. Everyone had to watch as Lu Yin completely replenished his astral source and officially stepped into the astral realm. Ordinary cultivators would absorb astral source very quickly once they broke through to the astral realm. For example, Deqiu had only needed a short moment to stabilize his astral source cyclone and step into the astral source universe. Everyone thought that Lu Yin would be able to absorb astral source very quickly as well. Even if he had a lot of star energy, his first tribulation shouldn't take that long. This was because he could absorb astral source without any restraints, just like how he normally absorbs star energy. But gradually, everyone felt that something was amiss. Lu Yin was still absorbing astral source. How much star energy did he have in his body? No one had ever heard Lu Yin say how much star energy he could absorb, but this time they had finally seen it for themselves. Half an hour passed and Lu Yin was still absorbing astral source. Then 2 incense sticks passed and he was still absorbing astral source. Under the origin tribulation, the astral source had already condensed into a thin stream that flowed into his body. Everyone was dumbfounded, especially the envoys. They looked at Lu Yin as if he was a monster. Guru Qinghua sighed. He really isn't someone the average person can compare to. The amount of star energy in his body should be 100 times that of a normal person. Even some of the more talented cultivators, including the 6th mainland's Realmlings, can't compare to him. Xian looked up, her eyes bright. He's from the Lu family after all, and he's also a direct descendant. It's normal for him to have 100 times more star energy than a normal person. He should be done soon. Another half-hour passed and Lu Yin was still absorbing astral source. Xian's expression changed. If he had 100 times more star energy than a normal person, then he should have finished by now. Why was he still absorbing? To the north, Su Qing's expression grew even uglier, and his killing intent grew even more intense. However, he also felt helpless. The more astral source Lu Yin absorbed, the more powerful he became to a terrifying degree. The celestial demon Imperial smiled. That's great. Su Qing didn't understand. What do you mean? The celestial demon Imperial sneered. Astral source isn't star energy. No matter how much star energy this kid needs for his cultivation, he can absorb it without restraint with star essence. At most it'll take him a bit longer, but he'll eventually fill it up. How can he absorb astral source in such a manner? You and I have to be careful when absorbing astral source, as we're afraid of being detected by the astral source universe and being sucked dry. What about him? Su Qing was ecstatic when he heard this. That's right. The more astral source this kid needs, the more likely he'll be detected by the astral source universe. Even if he doesn't, who knows how long it'll take for him to advance with so much astral source. More importantly, the 6th origin tribulation is the tribulation with a power level of 1 million. The more astral source one has, the more terrifying the tribulation will be. Progenitor Qin appeared this time, so it's possible that Progenitor Qin will appear during that tribulation with a power level of 1 million as well. Will he be able to defeat him again? There might even be other progenitors or a terrifying origin tribulation. He has no future. The celestial demon Imperial demon said in a relaxed tone. Feng Lin, Deadbug and the others relaxed when they heard this. Indeed, the more astral source one had, the more difficult it would be to cultivate. They did not believe that Lu Yin would be able to overcome the origin tribulation with a power level of 1 million, and even reaching that level was still a question. They weren't the only ones who had thought of this. Master Yuan and the other powerhouses had also thought of this possibility. As they watched Lu Yin absorb the astral source, their expressions turned even uglier. After 4 incense sticks worth of time, the astral source cyclone at Lu Yin's chest stopped absorbing astral source, and the origin tribulation vortex above his head gradually shrank. Everyone gasped. It was finally over. Lu Yin felt the astral source cyclone strangely. With so much astral source gathering and flowing through his body along the path of star energy, it brought about great changes to his body. Whether it was his physical body or his spiritual force, he could feel a metamorphosis. He didn't even know how strong he was right now, and he really wanted to test it out. Although the origin tribulation brought about calamities, it also brought about transformations. It was truly a miraculous phenomenon. Normally, absorbing astral source would not allow one to improve so much. But Lu Yin looked up at the origin tribulation. Could it be that only the astral source provided by the origin tribulation was able to transform him so much? If that was the case, then continuing to absorb astral source would still bring about changes, and it would be a pity to give up. However, absorbing astral source depended on the total amount of star energy in one's body. Now that the astral source cyclone had formed, he could no longer draw astral source from the origin tribulation. As he watched the stream of astral source become smaller and smaller, Lu Yin grew anxious. Didn't he have 3 stages in his body? He could open them, but could he close them? If he closed them, could he seal the astral source inside? As the stream of astral source grew smaller and was about to disappear, Master Yuan and the others in the distance decided to walk over to Lu Yin. Lu Yin drew out a strand of the black and white fog and sealed the passage between the upper wisdom gate and his chest. Back then he had used the origin item to open the upper wisdom gate, but now he tried to use the black and white fog to seal the passage. At the same time he used the fog to block the astral source cyclone that had already formed in his chest. He wanted to see if the astral source universe could detect it. The astral source universe only cared about astral sources, and it had nothing to do with the Grim Reaper's power. The moment the black and white fog blocked the passage between the Shanghui Pass and his chest, And the moment the black and white fog sealed off the astral source cyclone in his chest, Lu Yin growled. The astral source stream that was about to disappear suddenly expanded and poured into Lu Yin's body just like before. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched and he was ecstatic. It really worked? Master Yuan quickly retracted his foot and stared blankly at Lu Yin as he continued to absorb the astral source. Everyone was stunned. It had clearly ended, so why was he still doing it? Even Lan Xian was at a loss. She had never heard of such a thing before. Only Lu Yin was the most excited. Opening the 3 stages had greatly increased his strength, and now he could use the black and white fog to block the passage and absorb the astral source from within. This was too useful. He thought of the 4 young ancestors and the other progenitors. Would they do the same? He had never heard of such a thing. Not everyone had the ability to seal the 3 stages. Breaking through the 3 stages was difficult and sealing them was equally difficult. Not everyone had the strength of the Grim Reaper. Chapter 1885. The others stared blankly at Lu Yin as he continued to absorb the astral sources. 1 incense stick of time, 2 incense sticks of time, 3 incense sticks of time, 4 incense sticks of time passed, and the astral chi whirlpool in the Shanghui Pass was about the same size as the one in Lu Yin's chest. The astral chi whirlpool in the Origin Tribulation gradually became smaller. Then Lu Yin pulled out a wisp of black and white mist to seal the passage between the middle finger and Shanghui Pass. Immediately, the astral chi whirlpool grew larger and gathered towards the middle finger pass. Lu Yin was excited as he continuously experienced the changes in his body. The others felt as if their worldview had been shattered. Lu Yin's tribulation had refreshed everyone's understanding of him, including Lan Xian, a half-ancestor. This was the first time they realized that the Origin Tribulation could be so despairing. It turned out that astral sources could be absorbed in such a way and for such a long time. Another 4 incense sticks worth of time passed and Lu Yin repeated the same trick. He once again drew in the black and white fog, sealing off the passageway between the lower and middle finger stages as he continued to absorb astral sources. Lu Yin was overjoyed. Everyone stared blankly at him at the miracle he had created. Nobody noticed that the tribulation origin vortex above him was boiling and vibrating. It then began to expand. Then a shrill cry rang out. Quick retreat! Retreat! The origin tribulation above. Everyone raised their heads, their expressions changing drastically. Unknowingly, the origin tribulation vortex had already reached the top of their heads and was still expanding. Everyone was aghast and their scalps went numb. At this moment, whether it was the astral beast domain, the Great Eastern Alliance, or even Lan Xian, all of them felt their scalps go numb. They quickly retreated and no one dared to approach. Countless people cursed. It was clearly over, but an origin tribulation had been sucked out. From the looks of it, even the origin tribulation was unhappy. Too much astral source had been sucked out and it was unbearable. Lu Yin saw it as well and his eyelids twitched. He was about to curse out loud. Origin tribulation? Where did it come from? Are you done yet? Wasn't it just absorbing some stellar source? Lu Yin, end this quickly, the Sea King shouted as he glared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin opened his mouth as he did not want it to end. The astral origin cyclone for the next breakthrough had already formed, and he had a premonition that if he missed this opportunity, there would not be another one in the future. There was only one chance to break through an emissary's origin tribulation, and the next time he encountered such a tribulation would be when he broke through to a power level of 1,000,000. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and slowed down the speed at which he was absorbing the astral source. The stream of astral source continued to shrink and the vortex slowed down as well. However, it did not disappear. All of you retreat! Lu Yin shouted. He couldn't avoid it and the vortex didn't shrink. Instead, it continued to expand, though its speed had decreased. Soon, the origin tribulation would descend again, and even if he stopped absorbing astral sources, the tribulation would still descend. Damn it, if he had known this would happen, he would not have absorbed the astral source for the next breakthrough. The origin tribulation vortex was so big that it made him panic. He did not even know what would appear, so how could he pass it? No one wanted to face the origin tribulation this time. It was too big. There was no record of an origin tribulation this big. It was so big that even Qinghua Shangren panicked. Even his origin tribulation with a battle prowess of 1,000,000 was not this big. What on earth did this brat do? How could everything be recorded in the history books? Su Qing was overjoyed. Everyone retreat. This kid will die today. Ah. The imperial celestial beast did not say a word and simply fled. If he was implicated, then even 10 lives would not be enough. Would another progenitor appear? In the west, Zhou Xian was shocked and shook her head. Being too talented is also a sin. How did he absorb so much astral sources? No one knew how Lu Yin had done it. Perhaps he was the first person to do so since the beginning of time. He had used the death god's power to isolate and seal off astral sources. These were two completely different cultivation methods. But now he was getting more and more panicked. He looked at the endless origin tribulation vortex above his head and vaguely heard a roar. Was the astral source universe roaring? At this moment, not only in North Castle Weave, but in the entire outerverse, the star energy was boiling. It even spread to the innerverse, the cosmic sea, and the neoverse. Elder Chan, Elder Gong, and the other half-progenitors all looked towards the north with shocked expressions. The changes in the astral source universe were coming from the north. In the astral beast domain, Skymender Imperial Tutor opened his eyes and looked towards the northwest with a strange expression. The changes in the astral source universe attracted the attention of countless powerhouses. Even the blood progenitor and martial progenitor, who were standing guard outside the horizontal black hole, were startled and looked towards the outerverse of the fifth mainland. What's going on? The astral source universe is shaking. Is a progenitor being born? It doesn't seem like it. It's more like the changes are caused by the boiling of the astral sources. Who can make the astral sources boil? Let me see. In North Castle Weave above Lu Yin's head, the origin tribulation vortex was shaking even more violently. The unfathomable origin tribulation produced a terrifying aura that made Lu Yin's face twitch. How could he survive it? How could he survive it? He could not. He did not even dare to use the scripture of Ian evolution to take a look at the origin tribulation vortex. It was impossible for him to survive it with his own strength. It's over. I've gone too far. Lu Yin looked around helplessly. Master, perhaps only Mr. Mu could save him, but where was he? Boom. There was a tremor and Lu Yin's ears bled. Just a single sound had injured him. This was not an envoy's origin tribulation. The aura of the origin tribulation made Lu Yin feel like he was facing a progenitor. Everyone retreated until they could no longer see anything. The origin tribulation vortex finally stopped shaking, and then a boundless thunderbolt appeared in the dark dome. It was unknown what color it was, but it seemed to have color. It replaced everything that could be seen with the naked eye as it descended, as if the heavens were sending down divine punishment. Everyone who saw it felt fear from the bottom of their hearts, including half-ancestor Zhou Xian. She did not know how powerful that thunderbolt was, but it had a supreme majesty to it. Even when facing the martial ancestor or the blood ancestor, she had not felt such an urge to worship it. Lu Yin's pupils shrank and he took out his futon to hide in the Daoist sect's ruins, but it was useless. The futon turned to ash the moment it appeared and Lu Yin's face paled. He did not care anymore, and he took out the corpse he had obtained from the burial garden from his cosmic ring. He curled up under the corpse and used it to cover his head. There was a loud boom and Lu Yin's brain fainted as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was pressed into the depths of space, and a strand of thunderbolt extended along the corpse, causing Lu Yin's arm to feel a stabbing pain. That instant felt like an eternity to Lu Yin. The thunderbolt disappeared and there was only one strike. Above him, the origin tribulation vortex rapidly shrank until it completely disappeared. It did not give Lu Yin a chance to react, as if it was afraid that Lu Yin would absorb the astral source again. In the distance, everyone watched as the origin tribulation vortex disappeared and the heavens returned to normal. For a moment, no one dared to approach Lu Yin. Lu Yin hid under the corpse and his right arm had completely lost all feeling. The imprint of the thunderbolt was clearly visible on his arm. He glanced over the corpse and looked up. Had the origin tribulation vortex disappeared? When he saw that the heavens had returned to normal, Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the corpse and was shocked to see that it had not been injured. His eyes flashed and he hurriedly put the corpse away. At that moment, an illusory tree appeared behind him. This was the abnormal phenomenon of a breakthrough. When he had broken through to the explorer and hunter realm, he had also experienced this phenomenon. However, compared to before, the tree was much more realistic and it quickly spread out. Its range grew larger and larger until it reached Frostwave Weave and North Castle Weave, and then it continued to spread. Master Yuan and the others were stunned. What was this? No matter what Lu Yin did now, they would not find it strange anymore. Even the origin tribulation had been forcefully sucked out. What could be more shocking than this? In the west, Lan Xian's eyes shone. This is a phenomenon. Lu Yin has successfully broken through. Guru Qinghua was astonished. How is that possible? How did he survive the origin tribulation? No one believed that Lu Yin could survive, but this phenomenon had clearly not been the origin tribulation. At that moment, a vast power descended. Lan Xian looked up and her body trembled. The blood progenitor. A progenitor's power swept past, causing everyone to tremble. The second Night King, Elder Zhou Xian, and the others' expressions changed. Who was this progenitor's power? Was it the martial progenitor or the blood progenitor? A progenitor's power was supreme and everyone could sense it. Lu Yin also sensed the progenitor's power and he was shocked. Only two progenitors had appeared here, either the martial progenitor or the blood progenitor. He had just survived the origin tribulation, but such a grand phenomenon had appeared. He was afraid that this progenitor would attack him and try to kill him. The giant tree's phenomenon continued to expand until it covered several weaves, far surpassing the area when Lu Yin had first broken through to the hunter realm. Its branches drooped down and emitted a mystical light. Strange objects were born one after another as if they were being created. This time the objects hanging from the branches were even clearer than before, and it seemed as if they could be plucked. They looked like fruits of various shapes. The giant tree's phenomenon distorted the starry sky, and an even stranger scene appeared. The void overlapped, revealing an even larger tree that covered the entire universe. It was the mother tree. Lu Yin's jaw dropped. Mother tree? At this moment, everyone who saw the mother tree was stunned. Even half-ancestor Lan Xian was stunned as she recognized the mother tree. The ancient text had recorded that human civilization's great tree. How could it appear here? In the astral tree domain, the mother tree swayed when Lu Yin's giant tree phenomenon appeared. To the north, an overlapping void appeared and the scene of Lu Yin and the giant tree appeared. At that moment, Lu Yin saw the mother tree in the topmost realm. In the astral tree domain, countless people in the topmost realm saw Lu Yin as well. Trees overlapped with each other in the void. In Dragon Mountain, Patriarch Long Ku looked to the north and saw Lu Yin. He was shocked. How could that brat? How could he cause the mother tree to tremble and overlap the void? Even if he was a direct descendant of the Lu family Lu Xiaoxian, it was impossible for him to do such a thing. And Ai Huang walked out, her eyes filled with killing intent. She stared at Lu Yin as if she wanted to swallow him whole. This brat must have broken through to origin tribulation and produced a phenomenon. His innate talent is extraordinary and he caused the mother tree to tremble. It's truly terrifying. Unfortunately, he's not a member of the White Dragon clan and he's even shamed us. Below the prison dragon on Shenwu Plain, Xia Xing's eyes flickered as he looked to the north. Not far away, Xia Taili's mouth was agape in disbelief. She had never seen such a scene before. The mother tree could still tremble? Was that shadow real or fake? What had Long Qi done? Oh, it was Lu Xiaoxian. Luo Zhong's lips curled up. How astonishing. Brother Lu will meet again soon. He was Xiao Luo and he had joined Shenwu Plain under the alias of Luo Zhong. Chapter 1886. A hand floated in the sky. It belonged to the Wang family. Wang Xi's eyes widened, and a strong sense of dread and disbelief could be seen in the depths of her eyes. Shaking the mother tree is something rarely seen in both ancient and modern times. This child must be killed. If we don't kill him, he will become a threat in the future. She then raised her head and knelt down. Ancestor, our Wang clan cannot be destroyed by this child. In the frigid Immortal sect, Sect Master Bai Ting's eyes narrowed. To be able to shake the mother tree and overlap the void to appear in this region of space, you're truly a genius. Unfortunately, you won't be able to live. The ancestor has decided to personally take action and head to the abandoned lands. No one will be able to save you. The more talented you are, the faster you'll die. At that moment, a pair of eyes appeared behind Lu Yin. It belonged to an elder whose eyes were turbid, but they contained a supreme dignity. When the eyes appeared, Bai Ting's pupils shrank. Was this a progenitor? Wang Xi, Long Ku and the others were all shocked. Was this a progenitor? Only a progenitor could give them such a sense of pressure. Did this brat have a progenitor backing him? Bai Ting's expression turned ugly and he punched the ground. How could this be? A progenitor was helping him in the abandoned lands? If that was the case, then it would be inconvenient for the ancestor to head there. Sect Master, the Lu family's vile spawn is protected by a progenitor. We agree to Wang Xi's request. Punitive expedition. Bai Ting's eyes flickered. That was fine. Even if the ancestor couldn't personally take action, he could still go to the abandoned lands and kill this brat. He had to go on a punitive expedition and turn the abandoned lands into a sea of blood that would accompany Xiaohong's death. At that moment, Lu Yin wasn't looking at the top realm. He was looking at a pair of eyes that were calmly watching him. He was extremely familiar with those eyes as he would often see them whenever he fainted or dreamed. They were beautiful, but they filled him with boundless killing intent. He almost couldn't help but say, "How dare you?" There was no emotion in their gazes, but it was the coldest and most terrifying of gazes. The overlapping void was about to disappear. Lu Yin looked at the eyes and raised his arm, opening his right palm and clenching it tightly as if he wanted to grasp the entire starry sky of the astral tree. He then flipped his palm over and said, "Just you wait." He was speaking to the owner of those eyes as well as the entire starry sky tree. He had provoked the starry sky tree in the four-way scales. Lu Yin's provocation was imprinted in everyone's minds. Countless people cursed in anger, but there were also many who were excited. Some were filled with murderous intent, while others were looking forward to the Lu family's return. The entire starry sky of the trees was no longer peaceful. "It's that starry sky, isn't it?" A hoarse voice rang out from behind him. Lu Yin had just put down his hand when he was startled and hurriedly turned around. At some point in time, an elder had appeared behind him and was smiling at him. Lu Yin hadn't noticed the old man's appearance at all. It was only when the tree's phenomenon disappeared that he sensed a vast power. Ancestor? He had sensed the power of a progenitor. This wasn't the first time he had sensed such power, but this time, it had come from this old man. The old man nodded and sized Lu Yin up with a look of admiration. "I'm Shueguanzi." "Shueguanzi?" Lu Yin blinked. "Blood ancestor?" The old man smiled. "Shueguanzi is my name. You can also call me Blood Ancestor as you wish." He really was a progenitor. Lu Yin suppressed the shock in his heart and slowly bowed. Junior Lu Yin greets Senior Blood Ancestor. The Blood Ancestor looked at Lu Yin in surprise. "You're the one who caused the Astral Source Universe's phenomenon? How did you do it?" Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. How should he answer? This was a progenitor. Lu Yin felt that the Sixth Mainland's progenitor was far from being as powerful as Progenitor Qin, but he was still a progenitor who could change the world and suppress the Fifth Mainland. How could he lie? If he didn't lie, then should he tell the truth? Absolutely not. Lu Yin didn't know how to answer. The Blood Ancestor spoke again. "Everyone has their own secrets. If you don't want to talk about them, then don't." "Thank you, Senior Blood Ancestor." Lu Yin relaxed, feeling very magnanimous. The Blood Ancestor praised, "You broke through a phenomenon that caused the Astral Source Universe to boil and even caused the Mother Tree to move. You're amazing, kid." Lu Yin hurriedly bowed. "I'm just lucky. I don't deserve your praise." The Blood Ancestor smiled. "Don't be afraid. I'm not one of the 9 Xiangs. Although I'm an enemy of the Fifth Mainland, I won't go so far as to attack a junior like you." Lu Yin laughed dryly. He couldn't do anything against a progenitor, and he didn't know if the Blood Ancestor had seen him use his corpse to block his origin tribulation. "Did you see Zi in that region of space?" the Blood Ancestor asked as he looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin hurriedly replied, "No, I swear that I definitely didn't see Zi." The Blood Ancestor sighed. "It looks like I'll never see that child again." Lu Yin really hadn't seen Zi. The top 10 had entered the astral tree realm, but he had never seen Jiu Hao or Zi. He knew that Qiushi was trapped in the golden wheat field in the seed garden. "Kid, are you willing to become my disciple?" the Blood Ancestor suddenly asked with a smile. Lu Yin was startled and hurriedly said, "I already have a master who takes good care of me. When I first became his disciple, I swore that I would only have one master for the rest of my life. I'm sorry for letting you down." The Blood Ancestor laughed. "Do as you wish." Suddenly, his expression changed and his body vanished. Lu Yin watched the Blood Ancestor leave and finally relaxed. Although the blood ancestor hadn't revealed his progenitor's power to pressure Lu Yin, the pressure of facing a progenitor was still too great. The offer of becoming the blood ancestor's disciple had been tempting. Zi had also offered to help him become the blood ancestor's disciple, but Lu Yin had rejected her. Unfortunately, he had Mr. Mu, who was definitely a progenitor. However, he didn't know how Mr. Mu compared to the blood ancestor, but he was probably stronger. The tree's disappearance meant that Lu Yin had completely passed his emissary origin tribulation and stepped into the ranks of emissaries. Unlike other emissaries, he had 4 astral origin cyclones, and 3 of them were hidden in the 3 stages. He didn't know if anyone else had done this before, but there probably hadn't. When he thought back to the last tribulation that had been forcefully sucked out, Lu Yin felt a lingering fear. That tribulation's power was something that not even a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000 could withstand, let alone him. That wasn't an origin tribulation but rather a punishment. Was that why he had been able to rely on external objects like corpses to survive? Lu Yin fell into deep thought. In the west, Zhou Xian and Guru Qinghua appeared. In the south, Elder Zhou Xian and the second Night King also appeared. In the north, Su Qing and the man from the celestial demon imperial family appeared. Everyone looked at Lu Yin in amazement as they wanted to know what had happened to him. He had been shocked by progenitor Chen's tribulation, and his absorption of astral origin had caused a disturbance in the astral origin universe that had drawn out the blood ancestor. There was also that enormous phenomenon. Everyone wanted to know what had happened, but they didn't approach Lu Yin. They were still traumatized by what had happened, and only the heavens knew if Lu Yin would undergo any more changes. The first to speak was Zhou Xian, and her eyes shone as she looked at Lu Yin as if he were a peerless treasure. It's been a long time, Great Eastern Alliance leader. Lu Yin frowned slightly in front of Zhou Xian as he didn't know what to say. This woman's attitude was a combination of everything that could captivate a man's dreams. Her numbing voice, her beautiful figure, her moving music, and her eyes were enough to steal a man's soul. She could seduce any man in the world, but she was also a half-progenitor. She had descended onto the battlefield and used her 3 strings to turn the Great Eastern Alliance into cannon fodder in the war against the astral beast domain. If not for the primogenitor's scripture, she would have succeeded. Logically speaking, she was an enemy to Lu Yin and the Great Eastern Alliance. Even if she wasn't an enemy, she wasn't a friend either. However, when he had faced the Sword King's crisis, she had saved him, and she had even blocked the Sword King's first attack. Lu Yin hadn't expected her to help him block the Sword King's attack, but when he looked at it this way, she had indeed saved him. She was both an enemy and not an enemy. She was also his benefactor and not his benefactor. Lu Yin looked at Zhou Xian with a complicated gaze, but she was still a half-progenitor, so he had to show her the proper respect. He thought about it and then said, "Greetings, half-progenitor Zhou Xian." Everyone present had experienced Zhou Xian's strength, and she had the ability to determine everyone's life and death. The Void Wanderer ancestor had been able to instill fear in Zhou Xian because he had donned progenitor Wushang's hide. However, he had still managed to escape in the end. No one below the half-progenitor level was Zhou Xian's opponent. "The blood ancestor came just now, right?" Zhou Xian asked. Everyone looked at Lu Yin solemnly. The blood ancestor was the 5th mainland's true powerhouse, and he was also the absolute powerhouse who protected the 5th mainland from the Eternals' invasion. Even enemies had to show respect when they heard the blood ancestor's name. This was a form of respect for the ancestor, a limiter of human cultivation. Lu Yin nodded. Senior blood ancestor came and then left. What did he say? Zhou Xian was curious. Lu Yin thought about it. He said that he wants to take me as his disciple. Everyone was shocked. Take you as his disciple? Su Qing cried out in disbelief. There was also incomparable fear and anger in his voice. Lu Yin looked at him and nodded. Yes. He wants to take me as his disciple. So, you're now the blood ancestor's disciple? Su Qing asked anxiously. Lu Yin pursed his lips. I didn't get the chance. There was an emergency, so the blood ancestor left first. However, he'll come find me again. Su Qing's eyelids twitched. The blood ancestor's disciple? A disciple? Was he really a disciple? If Lu Yin really did become the blood ancestor's disciple, then it would be troublesome. He could not be killed, as who knew how the blood ancestor would retaliate against the astral beast domain. The astral beast domain had the guts to start a war with the sixth mainland, but facing a mere progenitor was enough to make them tremble. You really want to become the blood ancestor's disciple? The celestial beast asked again. Lu Yin raised his head. Am I not worthy? Everyone present, including half-progenitor Zhou Xian, could not say that Lu Yin was not worthy. In other words, even if Zhou Xian was not worthy of becoming the blood ancestor's disciple, Lu Yin was. His tribulation had been too inconceivable. He had defeated progenitor Qin, who was at the same realm as him and was unrivaled among enlighters. When he became an emissary, he had caused a phenomenon, so it was normal for him to become a progenitor's disciple. It would be strange if such a person did not become a progenitor's disciple. Su Qing did not doubt Lu Yin. Why had the blood ancestor descended? The only explanation was that the blood ancestor had accepted Lu Yin as his disciple. Lu Yin's innate gift had reached a level where even progenitors had to pay attention to him. Lu Yin retracted his gaze as what he had said was the truth. The blood ancestor had indeed wanted to take him as his disciple, but he had refused. There was no need to tell these people. Thank you for your support. I'll be updating for 4 consecutive days. Chapter 1887. Elder Zhou Xian and the others had complicated expressions. Once Lu Yin became the blood progenitor's disciple, would he be considered a member of the sixth mainland or the fifth mainland? The second Night King sighed. He knew that Lu Yin was a direct descendant of the Lu family, and he had seen the general appointment platform when he was young. During that era, the Lu family had been invincible, and even progenitor Qin from the Xia family could not overshadow the Lu family's glory. The general appointment platform had once swept through the frigid Immortal sect, which had left a deep impression on the second Night King. Now that Lu Yin had become the blood progenitor's disciple, his future would be out of control. Commander Su Qing, don't forget about the transaction. You can take progenitor Wushang's hide as well, Lu Yin reminded Su Qing. Su Qing's eyes flickered, but no one knew what he was thinking. Back off. I want to speak with Alliance Master Lu alone, Zhou Xian suddenly said. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched and he stared at her warily. Senior, please speak your mind. Zhou Xian laughed. You don't have to be wary of me. If I want to attack you, can they stop me? Lu Yin replied, the blood progenitor wants to accept me as his disciple. I know. I just want to chat for a bit, Zhou Xian replied. Su Qing and the other astral beasts immediately retreated. They were extremely fearful of a half-progenitor, and they were no longer thinking about invading the Outerverse. Instead, they were thinking about how to deal with Zhou Xian. If Zhou Xian wanted to attack them, they would not be able to stop her. Elder Zhou Xian and the others exchanged glances and then helplessly retreated, as they could not help Lu Yin even if they stayed. Even Guru Qinghua retreated, leaving only Zhou Xian and Lu Yin in space. What do you think of the Daoist sect? Zhou Xian asked, her bright eyes staring at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was astonished. The Daoist sect? The ruins of the Daoist sect? Yes, the Daoist sect. Since ancient times, it has been the Daoist sect that has ruled the human continent. What do you think of the Daoist sect? Zhou Xian asked. Lu Yin did not know why Zhou Xian was asking this, but his intuition told him that any abnormal question had a purpose, so he answered cautiously, I don't have any opinions. It's all history. Then do you want to take a look? The sixth mainland's Daoist sect still exists? Zhou Xian's tone was tempting. Lu Yin's face changed. Daoist sect. Calm. Nothing much. I just want to invite you to the sixth mainland's Daoist sect as a guest. It's currently in the border region and you should be familiar with it. Zhou Xian smiled. Unknowingly, the cherry blossoms had bloomed and they were exceptionally beautiful. However, Lu Yin's heart sank. Senior, you're a half-progenitor, yet you want to attack a puny enlighter like me? It's an emissary, Zhou Xian replied. Cherry blossoms twirled around Lu Yin's feet, and his body unconsciously flew towards her. Even if he had become an emissary, even if he possessed 4 unimaginable astral cyclones, and even if he had absorbed so much astral origin that his physical body had become much more powerful, it was still useless against a half-ancestor. This was the power of the inner world that he could not resist. Senior, I want to be accepted as a disciple by the blood ancestor. Lu Yin shouted, attempting to threaten Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian laughed. I'm very familiar with senior blood ancestor. If he had accepted you as his disciple, you wouldn't be here anymore. Alliance Master Lu, don't worry. He won't do anything to you. You're just a guest. Lan Xian was very beautiful, but in Lu Yin's eyes she was nothing more than a beautiful snake. The closer he got to her, the more panicked he became. This woman had attacked without hesitation, and she was also a half-martial ancestor. Lu Yin was helpless against her, and no matter how many methods he had, he was still helpless against her. Beep. Senior, why did you capture me? A guest at the Daoist sect. Beep. Senior, aren't you worried about Elder Chan and the others? A while ago Xiaji attacked me. Elder Gong and the Sage Celestial Master personally came to the 7 courts to cause trouble. If they dare to come, then let them come. Senior. Lu Yin wanted to say something else, but Lan Xian suddenly stopped. She frowned and looked up. At some point in time the heavens had changed and it had turned into an urn. Suddenly the area beneath their feet changed as well, turning into a lake that drowned out the cherry blossoms. Lu Yin's expression changed, but he did not realize when it had happened. He took a few breaths. Is this wine? Is this a wine urn? Beep. A drop of wine dripped down and floated in front of Lan Xian. It transformed into a human figure with clear facial features in the shape of wine. The figure burped. Want a sip? Lan Xian stared at the figure less than a meter away. Drunkard. Want a sip? The man in the shape of wine asked again. Lan Xian frowned and the cherry blossoms danced in the air again. The wine urn shook and from a distance, it looked like a transparent wine urn filled with cherry blossoms that were about to explode. You're so young yet you're so irritable. Be careful or you won't be able to get married. The figure burped again and then suddenly appeared beside Lu Yin. Kid, let's go. The wine urn suddenly exploded, and the shockwaves distorted the void as they spread out in all directions. The second Night King and the others came into contact with the shockwaves, and their bodies were forced back. Another half-ancestor? Lan Xian waved her hand and cherry blossoms danced around her. A Xianxia appeared in her hand and she stared into the distance. Lu Yin's body appeared, and the wine flowed beside him to reveal an old man. His appearance was ordinary and his nose was red. He burped and he looked like he was still hungover. His entire body reeked of alcohol. Someone who could take Lu Yin away from Lan Xian's inner world had to be a half-ancestor, but Lu Yin had no impression of this old man. The sound of a plucking filled the heavens and the elder's eyes widened. Still not giving up? Yin Yang 3 Immortal Arts. He then raised a hand and his fingers curved into a strange pattern. He tapped out and a strange force pierced through the void and even crossed Lan Xian's inner world to strike her Xianxian, causing the plucking sound to abruptly stop. Lan Xian's expression changed and she stopped. The heavens fell silent. Why bother? Isn't it embarrassing for a half-ancestor to attack a child? Isn't it embarrassing for an old man like me to attack you? The old man burped again and rubbed his nose as he spoke to Lan Xian. Lan Xian frowned. I'm just inviting him as a guest. I won't do anything to him. The old man shook his head. That won't do unless you can beat me in drinking. Ah. He then rubbed his nose even harder, to the point that Lu Yin suspected that the old man's nose was red because he had rubbed it. Lan Xian ignored the old man and instead looked at Lu Yin. Let's make a deal. She put away her Xianxian and then raised 3 fingers. 3 drops of blood. Give me 3 drops of blood and I'll allow the 6th mainland to take over this battle. I'll even personally eliminate those beasts. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Blood? Progenitor Chen's blood? How did she know that he had Progenitor Chen's blood? It's just 3 drops of blood and it won't affect you. You just underwent your tribulation and you lost more than 3 drops of blood, Lan Xian continued when she saw Lu Yin hesitate. Lu Yin's brows rose. It wasn't Progenitor Chen's blood, but his blood. What did this woman want his blood for? He didn't even think about it before directly rejecting her. How could he give away something like blood so casually? Senior, I've only just become an envoy, not a progenitor. What do you want my blood for? Lan Xian replied, I have my uses for it. It's just 3 drops. Beside Lu Yin, the burping old man rolled his eyes. Have you gone stupid from cultivating? Only an idiot would give it to you if you want it so badly. Can't you be a little more secretive? Lan Xian's expression was calm. Ever since I started cultivating, everything I've asked for has been open and above board. Alliance Master Lu, you won't lose out in this deal. And if I refuse? Lu Yin countered. Lan Xian replied, the Sixth Mainland will not interfere in the war with the Astral Beast domain, and the Eastern Weaves will be slaughtered as you wish. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and the words slaughtered completely erased his fear of a half-ancestor. Are the lives of ordinary people unimportant to you? Naturally, Lan Xian replied. Then I refuse, Lu Yin replied. Lan Xian looked at him quietly. Are you sure? If my Sixth Mainland doesn't take over this war, then your Great Eastern Alliance will eventually be exhausted, and the Astral Beast domain will take over the Eastern Weaves and start a massacre. You've been fighting these past few days for nothing, and it's only because of 3 drops of blood? Lu Yin's expression turned serious. It's because of your attitude. Your Sixth Mainland doesn't care about the people of the Eastern Weaves and allows them to slaughter as they wish. That's your attitude as a half-ancestor. I can't hand over the Eastern Weaves to you, not now and not in the future. This place is no longer your Sixth Mainland's territory. Beside him, the elder glanced at Lu Yin. These words were a little too arrogant. Handing over the outer verse to the Sixth Mainland was the Hall of Honor's attitude. The Hall of Honor couldn't possibly support this. After defeating the Astral Beast domain, Lu Yin wanted to start a war with the Sixth Mainland? Take back the Eastern Weaves? Lan Xian laughed. Although the blood ancestor didn't take you in as a disciple, he acknowledged you. Is that making you proud? You'll have to deal with the Astral Beast domain first. You don't have the qualifications to fight for territory with my Sixth Mainland. She then turned and left. Lu Yin relaxed when he saw Lan Xian leave. He turned to the elder beside him and bowed respectfully. Thank you for saving me, Senior. Junior Lu Yin greets you. The elder rubbed his nose. He was on the way. Kid, you're quite arrogant. Do you really not plan on giving the Eastern Weaves to the Sixth Mainland? Lu Yin seriously replied, No. The elder was puzzled. Why? Even the Astral Beast domain's attacks have been forced to retreat. Even if you're lucky enough to defeat the Astral Beast domain, how will the remaining people stop the Sixth Mainland? If the Hall of Honor gives the outer verse to the Sixth Mainland, then the Sixth Mainland has every reason to take it back through war. The Sixth Mainland isn't the Astral Beast domain. Lu Yin thought about it. That's why I don't plan on starting a war with the Astral Beast domain. The elder was astonished, but he didn't think too much about it. A wine jar appeared in his hand, and he gulped down a mouthful before happily wiping his mouth. You brainiacs are so tired. My youngest disciple is the same. He clearly has a great talent for cultivation, but he doesn't like it. He's like a passerby. My eldest disciple is extremely talented, but he can't cultivate the 3 yin-yang immortal arts. Each one of you is more worried than the other. He then gulped down another mouthful. The 3 yin-yang immortal arts? Lu Yin felt like he had heard of it somewhere before. After thinking about it for a moment, his eyes widened. He finally remembered that it was Xianxia's battle technique. Wan Qianqing had joined the Great Eastern Alliance, and Xianxia had been in charge of the Great Eastern Alliance. She had occasionally mentioned her 3 yin-yang immortal arts when they chatted. Lu Yin remembered it because it had a very grand name, and he had even specifically asked her to display it. However, Xianxia had refused, saying that she was afraid that Lu Yin would secretly learn it. Chapter 1888. That's right, he had specifically mentioned Zhou Xian, who had used the tactician family's war theory to learn the starting technique of the 3 yin-yang immortals technique. However, that was only the starting technique, and it could not be compared to the real 3 yin-yang immortals. Even Xianxia herself had only touched the edges of the 3 yin-yang immortals technique. This senior seemed to have used the 3 yin-yang immortals technique to break through Lan Xian's inner world. Are you Xianxia's master? Lu Yin asked. The old man burped. She mentioned it? No, she only mentioned the 3 yin-yang immortals technique, Lu Yin replied. The old man snorted. That girl doesn't even have the heart to cultivate. All she does is fiddle with the economy and think about how to make money. What's the use of that? Sigh, her eldest disciple studies star energy all day and now she's gone missing. He then looked at Lu Yin. Did you see my eldest disciple in that region of space? Eldest disciple? Lu Yin was confused. Yeah. The old man took another swig of wine. Lu Yin was shocked. Joe, how is your eldest disciple? The old man wiped the corner of his mouth. Did you see him? He hasn't returned since he went to that region of space. Lu Yin was truly shocked. Zhou Hao and Xianxia actually had the same master? No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like it. Furthermore, the difference in strength between the two was too great. One was one of the 10 arbiters and one of the top 10 in the Supreme Tournament, while the other only thought about how to make money. As for their strength, there was no need to mention it. Just as the old man had said, Lu Yin was just a passerby. These two actually had the same master, and that master was even a half-ancestor. If Lu Yin had known that Xianxia's master was a half-ancestor, then he would not have dared to be so impudent when dealing with Wan Qianqing. Back then, forget about half-ancestors, even envoys had not been seen. Wan Qianqing had been valued by everyone because he was rich and also because he had an attack that could rival an envoy's. However, Wan Qianqing's attack was not even a breeze in front of this half-ancestor. Lu Yin had not expected that Wan Qianqing's greatest value was not himself, but Xianxia. Senior, I didn't see Zhou Hao, Lu Yin replied. The old man sighed. The only disciple who can inherit my legacy is gone. In the future, the only one who can send me off will be that useless little disciple. Sigh. Lu Yin hurriedly explained, with Senior's abilities as a half-ancestor, even if you can't attain eternal life, you'll definitely be able to live for a very long time. Besides, it's not impossible for Senior to break through to the progenitor realm and become comparable to someone who attains eternal life. That old hag Ling Ji is already dead and I don't know who'll be next. He then sighed and patted Lu Yin's shoulder. You're still the one with the highest hopes of becoming an ancestral ancestor. Work hard, kid. Once you become an ancestral ancestor, you'll be invincible. We'll wait for that day. With that, he drifted away. Lu Yin looked at the empty space and heard the old man's voice. It seemed that he was not far from death. Could it be that he was trying to break through to the progenitor realm? The human domain had 7 half-martial ancestors. This was the half-martial ancestor who had never shown himself, the drunkard. She didn't expect him to be the one to save her. He quickly contacted Xianxia, and the first thing he said was, "Is your master an alcoholic?" Xianxia was surprised. "How did you know? Did you meet my master?" Lu Yin was speechless. "Why haven't I heard you mention it?" Xianxia did not understand. "Why would I bring him up? He's just an alcoholic. Did he offend you, Alliance Master? Don't worry about it. It's easy to talk nonsense when you drink too much. Don't take his words seriously." "What did he say?" "Nothing much. He just said that he'll find a time to beat you up. His strength can't compare to yours, Alliance Master." Hee. Lu Yin coughed. "Do you know? How strong is your master?" Laughter and banter could be heard from the other end of the gadget, and Lu Yin could vaguely hear Xiao Nan's shy voice. "What? Alliance Master, can you repeat that?" Lu Yin was helpless. "Do you know how strong your master is?" "Of course I do. He's an enlighter." Lu Yin was amused. "Just treat him like an enlighter and be filial to your master. If possible, leave him in the Great Eastern Alliance. An old man running around outside is not reassuring. He'll be treated well in the Great Eastern Alliance and will even provide him with drinks." He then ended the call. On the other end, Xianxia hugged Xiao Nan and was somewhat confused. Fortunately, she was smart and immediately understood. "Is my cheap alcoholic master really that powerful? This is a huge deal. Come, Xiao Nan, let young master give you a kiss." "Young master, you're so annoying." Xiao Nan was helpless. "The war in the north is so intense. It won't be good if we don't go." Xianxia rolled her eyes. "Don't worry. Young master understands Lu Yin better than anyone else. That guy won't sacrifice himself. If he dares to accept the war, then he definitely has a backup plan. Don't worry, young master is coming." At the border between North Castle Weave and Frostwave Weave, Lu Yin stood in outer space with the Sea King in front of him. Bang! A clear emptiness palm struck the Sea King head-on, and the Sea King was sent flying. When he came to a stop, he bent over and coughed. He looked at Lu Yin in shock. "Your strength has increased by so much?" Before his tribulation, Lu Yin had been able to fight against a powerhouse with a power level of more than 700,000. He had used many methods such as visualization and even the Reaper transformation. Now, however, Lu Yin had not used any of those methods. He had only used his physical body's strength to activate the clear emptiness palm, which had repelled the Sea King. The Sea King was not an ordinary powerhouse. Both he and Heizij were existences that could challenge powerhouses with power levels of more than 800,000. Lu Yin had passed his origin tribulation and his strength had transformed. He had been able to repel the Sea King with a single strike, and under normal circumstances he could definitely challenge a powerhouse with a power level of more than 800,000. In other words, he was a world imprinter. This excited Lu Yin as he had been able to continuously absorb astral source to transform his physical body, and that was under normal circumstances. In reality, his 3 stages had been sealed and his strength had declined. The only reason he was still so strong was because he had absorbed too much astral source from his tribulations, and his transformation had been too fierce. This was equivalent to someone who had gone through 4 tribulations and it was hard to tell. However, if he broke through his 3 stages again, the increase in strength from breaking through all 3 stages combined with his 4 astral source cyclones would make up for his strength. Again, the Sea King shouted as he charged at Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised a hand to stop him. Enough, senior. I just wanted to try. I have no intention of fighting you. The threat from the north is still there. The Sea King was furious. You slapped me and you want to end it like this? Lu Yin laughed dryly. Well, I was ambushed by Zhou Xian and was heavily injured. I'll fight you after I recover. He then hurriedly left. The Sea King snorted. Zhou Xian needed to ambush him? Lu Yin returned to his spacecraft and was greeted by Elder Zhou Xian, who looked at Lu Yin in amazement. The serious sect had been founded with the serious art, and the serious art had been created by Progenitor Qin. Lu Yin had defeated Progenitor Qin, who had been an enlighter, right in front of Elder Zhou Xian. However, the most shocking thing was that Progenitor Qin had actually created the serious art while still an enlighter. It's time to upgrade the serious art. You should have gained some insights from your fight with Progenitor Qin, Elder Zhou Xian said. Lu Yin nodded and exclaimed, Progenitor Chen's talent is astonishing. He created the serious art as an enlighter, and his control over serious art far surpasses mine. Nonsense. Elder Zhou Xian rolled his eyes. Hurry up and upgrade the serious art. Once it's upgraded to the peak, return the inheritance to the serious sect. This war should be over and the 6th mainland should take over. Lu Yin blinked. Senior, you want to go back? It has nothing to do with me, Elder Zhou Xian grumbled. They had had enough of being led by the nose by Lu Yin. Unfortunately, the inheritance was beneath Lu Yin's feet. Please wait a moment, senior. I'll give you an answer soon. Elder Zhou Xian left. After Elder Zhou Xian left, Lu Yin had wanted to contact Su Qing. Lu Yin had a complete plan for this war and it was already in its final stages. The premise was that the Great Eastern Alliance could withstand the early stages of the war. If they could, then the initiative would be in Lu Yin's hands. However, before he could contact Su Qing, Elder Chan called him. Senior, Lu Yin answered and respectfully greeted. Elder Chan was not in a hurry to speak and he waited for a while before saying, Progenitor Qin must have been very difficult to defeat. Lu Yin knew that Elder Chan was contacting him because of his tribulation. It wasn't just Elder Chan. Anyone who knew of his battle with Progenitor Qin would contact him. Progenitor Qin's reputation was too great, and he was the symbol of invincibility in the 5th mainland. It was very difficult and I almost lost. Throughout human history, there have been far too few people who have been able to fight against Progenitor Qin. Even those ancient ancestors who have become legends might not have been able to defeat Progenitor Qin. You were able to defeat Progenitor Qin, who was at the same realm as you. That's enough to go down in history, Elder Chan exclaimed. Lu Yin hurriedly replied humbly, Junior was just lucky. Elder Chan smiled. How's the war? Can you withstand it? Lu Yin decisively answered, yes. Elder Chan was astonished. Based on his understanding of Lu Yin, shouldn't he be complaining and then trying to get the Hall of Honor's support? Why was he so straightforward? Do you need support? For example, resources? Elder Chan asked warmly, just like he had before Lu Xiaoshuan's identity had been exposed. Lu Yin could feel that no matter who it was, even Elder Chan who ruled the Hall of Honor, was a very realistic person. Lu Yin had defeated Progenitor Qin during his tribulation, and once he became an ancestor he would definitely be invincible in the universe. This was probably why Elder Chan's attitude had changed. As for resources, even though Lu Yin had already broken through to become an envoy, his dai still required an endless supply of star essence. Of course, it would be even better if there were resources. Elder Chan smiled, but his tone quickly changed. You encountered Progenitor Qin during your envoy origin tribulation, and you absorbed 100 times more astral source than an ordinary person. Do you know what this means? Lu Yin did not understand. Senior, what do you mean? Elder Chan solemnly replied, it means that it will be very difficult for you to break through again. Lu Yin raised a brow, but he did not speak. Elder Chan continued, envoys need to absorb astral source to break through, but astral source is not like star energy, so it's not that easy to absorb. If it's too slow and takes too long, then the amount of astral source you need to absorb is proportional to the amount of time you spend. You might not even be able to survive until your next breakthrough. Even if you break through once, there will be multiple breakthroughs in the future. You need far too much astral source, and if you absorb it too quickly, it will easily attract the attention of the astral source universe. Lu Yin had not considered this problem since his tribulation, but now that Elder Chan had brought it up, his heart sank. Indeed, he needed far too much astral source. Previously, his total amount of star energy had been 200 times that of an ordinary person, and he had done everything he could to obtain more star essence. He had also used high temperatures to burn them, which had allowed him to quickly increase his cultivation. Otherwise, he might not even have been able to reach the Enlighter realm. Now that he had broken through to become an envoy, was there any other way to obtain more star essence? Chapter 1889. There was also something else that Elder Chan did not know. Lu Yin's total astral source exceeded their knowledge because he had 4 astral cyclones. When he thought about this, he felt a headache coming on. Although he didn't necessarily need all 4 of them to break through, just the astral source cyclone in his chest alone would require far more astral source than others. In terms of star energy, it would require 200 times more astral source. In other words, if he wanted to reach the next tribulation, he would need 200 ordinary envoys to absorb astral source. This was astral source, not star energy. Just thinking about it made his scalp go numb. Lu Yin had been proud of his 4 astral cyclones because he had far more astral source than others, but now he felt a chill run through his body from head to toe. He felt like the second tribulation was getting further and further away from him, to the point where he could no longer see it. It seems like you haven't thought about this yet. The amount of astral source you need for the second, third, and sixth tribulations is unimaginable. Next, you need to find a way to increase your survival time. I will order the Day-Night clan's frozen immortal space to be sealed. The frozen immortal pool there can help you, Elder Chan said. Lu Yin did not understand. Senior, why are you helping me? Elder Chan sighed. Not everyone is willing to take over this war and treat ordinary people as humans. Regardless of whether you are Zhou Xian or Lu Yin, once you take over the war against the astral beast domain, you will be a member of the 5th mainland. Cultivate well and don't be impatient. Lu Yin had thought that Elder Chan's attitude towards him had changed because of his tribulation, but now it seemed like that was not the case. Although his tribulation had been shocking and his strength had increased by an absurd amount, it would be extremely difficult for him to break through. Even Lu Yin himself did not see any hope of breaking through, let alone others. People with extraordinary innate gifts would be sought after and protected by countless people, but it was the exact opposite if one's innate gifts were too high to bear. Perhaps Su Qing was mocking him right now, mocking his gloomy future. Was there really no way to take advantage of the situation? Lu Yin put down his gadget and rubbed his cosmic ring to take out some astral source fluid. He did not know how much astral source fluid was stored in the cosmic tree scale, but he suddenly felt like going there again. Beep 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 beep. His gadget beeped again as more and more people learned about Lu Yin's tribulation. There were congratulatory messages, exclamations and flattery. Soon after, Heizij Leon contacted Lu Yin with an irritable tone. He declared that he wanted to fight Lu Yin and test his strength against Progenitor Qin, which made Lu Yin smile wryly. Big Sis and the others, the directors of the Hall of Honor, Astral Ten's mentors, Mu En and even Shamrock Enterprises' Leaf King all congratulated him. Lu Yin was annoyed, but anyone who could find out about his origin tribulation in such a short period of time had to have an extraordinary status. They either had a good relationship with him or had an extremely high status, so it would not be good for him to block them. Lu Yin stared at his gadget in shock. This time he was being contacted by an unknown number. With his gadget's current level, he couldn't connect to most unknown numbers. How did you defeat Progenitor Qin? The voice was terrifyingly low. Lu Yin recognized this voice. It was Xiaji on the other end of the line. No matter what cultivation level, Progenitor Qin is invincible. What makes you think you can defeat him? Xiaji's voice was low. It was clear that he was suppressing his anger. He was filled with disbelief as if his faith had been shattered. Lu Yin's expression turned cold. You don't believe me or you don't. Are you willing to believe me? Xiaji barked. Progenitor Qin created the serious technique, and he has an inherited blade intent and a secret technique. He can transform into a giant and use the Warring States technique. He can even reverse time and use his life force to recover. How did you win? Although you're from the Xia family, you've learned the Wang family's meditative oblivion technique and a secret technique. How did you win? The heaven and earth furnace's innate gift can refine a progenitor. How did you survive? Brat, you're not even fighting Progenitor Qin when he was a peak enlighter. You can't possibly defeat Progenitor Qin who's in the same realm as you. Impossible. Lu Yin arrogantly replied, I also have the serious technique and I have 10,000 stars revolving around me. I also know several sourcebox arrays and secret techniques. I also have the emptiness palm and I can see the Akalanatha King's image. I can also use my Lu family's general appointment platform, and I also learned the Talisman Ancestors Aeon Evolution scripture. I also know an unparalleled healing technique in the Reaper's transformation. Why can't I defeat Progenitor Qin? I've even injured a half-ancestor like you before. You're relying on external items. Xiaji retorted. Lu Yin laughed. Looks like Progenitor Qin holds a very high position in your heart. Shattering his legend of invincibility is the same as shattering your faith. Xiaji, I thought that you were a formidable person, but I didn't expect your heart to be so weak. What a pleasant surprise. Not only did you break through the origin tribulation to become an emissary, but you've also created an obstacle that you can never break through. You will never become a progenitor. Brat, you're boasting shamelessly. Xiaji's tone was icy. Progenitors could change the heavens and the earth, and they had their own magnanimity. Because Progenitor Qin had been defeated, Xiaji had clearly placed his faith in Progenitor Qin. He believed that if Progenitor Qin was invincible, then he would be invincible as well. He wanted to become the second Progenitor Qin, but now that Progenitor Qin had been defeated, Xiaji's faith had been shattered. It was as if Xiaji had violated the oath in his heart. With a flaw in his heart, how could he become a progenitor? There were strong progenitors and weak progenitors, but every progenitor had their own beliefs, regardless of whether they were right or wrong. Xiaji lacked this belief and the boldness to become a progenitor. He was destined to never become a progenitor. Of course, this was just Lu Yin's opinion. He didn't know much about becoming a progenitor, but that didn't stop him from creating a flaw in Xiaji's heart. Old man, I can tell that you're contacting me because you want to hear that Progenitor Qin is still invincible. You want me to admit that I didn't defeat Progenitor Qin when he was a Limiter. Fine, I'll say that I defeated Progenitor Qin when he was still a Limiter. He's still invincible and will always be invincible. Are you satisfied now? Xiaji was infuriated. Although Progenitor Qin was invincible in the universe, no matter how powerful he had been when he was a Limiter, he still couldn't compare to Lu Yin when he was undergoing his origin tribulation. Even if Progenitor Qin was a Limiter, he wouldn't be able to compare to Lu Yin when he was undergoing his origin tribulation. This bastard was playing with him. You'll have to pay for your words. Xiaji gritted his teeth, filled with hatred. Lu Yin was helpless. You're the one who told me to say it, but you're not satisfied. Why don't we make a deal? I'll do as you say and you'll teach me the 9 clones technique. How about that? Xiaji immediately ended the call as he didn't want to talk to Lu Yin any longer. He regretted his decision as contacting Lu Yin on impulse had been a mistake. This brat didn't care about his status as a half-progenitor at all. Lu Yin put down his gadget. His defeat of Progenitor Qin had shocked the outside world greatly. Once news of this spread and the lower-level cultivators learned about it, it would cause an even greater commotion which would be beneficial to Lu Yin. However, those who blindly worshipped Progenitor Qin would definitely react violently. Xiaji was the most obvious example. Lu Yin shook his head. No matter how strong these people's reactions were, they didn't matter. They were far inferior to Elder Lohar's group of people who were guarding Iron Blood Weave. They were currently in the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet, and even if they couldn't be of much use, their willpower was very firm, which encouraged the Great Eastern Alliance. Although the war had only lasted for a short period of time, the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet had changed greatly. They had gone from not recognizing this war to now being accustomed to it. The entire fleet had transformed. One group of people had been sacrificed, but another. Then it was time to end this. Lu Yin activated his gadget and contacted Su Qing. At this moment in the north, Su Qing was having a headache as he didn't know how to deal with the Great Eastern Alliance. The Empire's attitude towards Lu Yin was very clear. He had to be killed. The Imperial Tutor had even divined that Lu Yin would be killed, but he had still failed. Now that Lu Yin had successfully passed his tribulation and was about to become the Blood Progenitor's disciple, he couldn't be killed. Otherwise, the Astral Beast domain might not be able to withstand the Blood Progenitor's wrath. Then what about the Great Eastern Alliance? No matter what, the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet had to be destroyed. Otherwise, they would not be able to invade the Outerverse. This had been the Empire's long-cherished wish for countless years, and now that they were so close to success, they couldn't give up. However, the Great Eastern Alliance would not be so easily defeated. They had many experts and Lu Yin was already difficult to deal with. Now that he had broken through, who knew what kind of power level he would have? Perhaps he could even use his status as the Blood Progenitor's disciple to obtain assistance from the Sixth Mainland, which would be troublesome. The Great Eastern Alliance had joined forces with the Sixth Mainland, and even if the Empire sent reinforcements, they would not be able to take them down. What he was most worried about was not how to invade the Outerverse, but rather how to preserve his own strength. The Sword King was dead and the Void Wanderer ancestor had returned to the Celestial Beast Empire. While Su Qing was having a headache, he received a call from Lu Yin. When Su Qing saw it, he fell silent for a moment before answering. Commander Su Qing, the war is about to begin. Take care. Lu Yin's first words stunned Su Qing. What did he mean? Remind him? There was such a thing. During a war, would the commander of the opposing side remind the commander of the opposing side? Su Qing had experienced countless wars, but this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He did not know how to respond. Alliance Master Lu, what do you mean? Su Qing asked in a low voice as he truly did not know what Lu Yin meant. Lu Yin smiled. I'm just giving you a friendly reminder. I don't know if you have the power to resist all of the Great Eastern Alliance's experts. Su Qing's tone was gloomy. Are you threatening me? Of course not. I already said that I'm just giving you a friendly reminder. Su Qing could not understand what Lu Yin was trying to do. Alliance Master Lu, just say what you want. Lu Yin sighed. Sometimes kindness can be misunderstood. Commander Su Qing, the Sword King is dead and the Void Wanderer ancestor has left. Once the war starts, you definitely won't be able to stop the Great Eastern Alliance. Am I right? You can try, Su Qing said coldly. Lu Yin laughed. Right, then I'll try. He then hung up. Su Qing stared at his gadget in a daze. What did Lu Yin mean? Was he messing with him? A demonstration? A threat? What was Lu Yin's goal? He was truly at a loss as he could not understand Lu Yin's intentions. However, he was certain that Lu Yin did not want to start a war. Otherwise, why would Lu Yin have specifically reminded him? When he thought of this, Su Qing activated his gadget and contacted Lu Yin. In a spacecraft to the south, Lu Yin smiled and accepted the call. What's up, Commander Su Qing? Prepare for battle. Chapter 1890. Alliance Master Lu, what exactly are you trying to do? Su Qing asked. Lu Yin's tone was relaxed. I just wanted to see if you had the confidence to face my Great Eastern Alliance's fleet head-on. Now that I see it, you don't. Su Qing's eyes widened and then he grew furious. He had indeed been tricked. The fact that he had contacted Lu Yin in such a hurry meant that he did not want to start a war. They were invaders, and the only reason why invaders did not want to start a war was because they were not confident. Alliance Master Lu is truly worthy of unifying the Innerverse and Outerverse. Lu Yin smiled. Don't be in such a hurry, Commander Su Qing. Have you forgotten our deal? Su Qing coldly replied, You're the one who started this war, not me. Actually, I don't want to start a war with you. You can tell that many of the experts on my side don't want to fight, or else we wouldn't have been pushed to the border between North Castle Weave and Frostwave Weave. Thus, I plan to complete the handover with the Sixth Mainland and have them take over our defenses. During this time, you can also wait for the Celestial Beast Empire's reinforcements. The timing should be just right. What do you think? Su Qing's expression changed. You want to hand over the eastern weaves to the sixth mainland? Yes, the outerverse belongs to the sixth mainland, so it's only right that we return it to them. Su Qing's expression turned ugly. Back then you used progenitor Wuxiang's hide in exchange for 2 months of peace. Not only did you want to use the hide to lure me out so that I would be killed by Guru Qinghua, but you also want to smoothly complete the handover with the sixth mainland for these 2 months of peace? Lu Yin replied, Commander, don't accuse me wrongly. I didn't ask you to be killed by Guru Qinghua, and I don't know why he would appear. Only now did Su Qing understand the significance of progenitor Wuxiang's hide in this war. It had created one trap after another, and once the sixth mainland successfully took over this war, they would definitely not be able to continue their invasion. They had thought that they could invade because of the time difference. They wanted to take advantage of the time when the sixth mainland was purging the secret progenitor realm to attack as much of the outerverse as possible. However, Lu Yin had messed up their plans. The sixth mainland was not the Great Eastern Alliance, and it had many experts. It looks like this is our last conversation. Commander Su Qing, you're about to face the sixth mainland. Who knows, it might be the 10th elder or the 4 sovereigns. Or perhaps a half-martial ancestor. Lu Yin teased. Su Qing said in a low voice, I didn't think that you would disrupt the invasion. Alliance leader Lu, you have left a mark in the history of the human race. From the moment you took over the war until the end of the Origin Tribulation, you have become the first person on the Celestial Beast Empire's Celestial Devourer list. Congratulations. The Celestial Vanquishers list was a must-kill list in the Astral Beast domain. In the past he might have been apprehensive, but now he no longer cared. Unless a half-ancestor was mobilized, no one would be able to deal with him. Unfortunately, your talent is too high, so high that the Astral Source Universe isn't willing to accept it. Your future will end here. Alliance Master Lu, we will meet again. The war between the human domain and the Astral Beast domain won't end so easily, said Su Qing calmly. He had admitted defeat in this war. He could not break through the Great Eastern Alliance, and it was even more impossible for the sixth mainland to break through. The Great Eastern Alliance had successfully made up for the time difference that they had wanted. Once the sixth mainland took over, the war would become meaningless. President Su Qing. Lu Yin suddenly asked. Commander, after this war, do you think the sixth mainland will put up a full defense or launch a counterattack against the Astral Beast domain? Su Qing's eyes narrowed. If it were him, the sixth mainland would definitely launch a counterattack, as they had suffered too much damage from their battle with the Great Eastern Alliance. The sixth mainland had purged the secret progenitor realm, and they had received news that a large number of people from the secret progenitor realm had been incorporated into the army. These people were not trusted, and their only use was to die on the battlefield. They were about to face the sixth mainland's crazy counterattack. The sixth mainland's purge of the secret progenitor realm has caused everyone to panic, but once things settle down, those people will definitely step onto the battlefield in the primal zone. If I were you, President Su Qing, I definitely wouldn't give them that chance. We would take advantage of this opportunity to attack and at least stretch the battle line to the west of the outerverse instead of waiting for the sixth mainland to launch a counterattack. What do you think, President? Su Qing's gaze turned cold. That's what you wanted to say. What exactly are you planning to do? Lu Yin seriously replied, let's make another deal. I won't hand over the eastern weave to the sixth mainland, and I'll also open up the route from North Castle Weave to Armament Weave. That way you can attack the central weave without any misgivings and directly face the sixth mainland. How about that? Su Qing was shocked. This was too crazy. Lu Yin's actions were tantamount to shedding all pretense of cordiality with the sixth mainland. The Great Eastern Alliance had taken over the war against the Astral Beast domain, but the sixth mainland did not care. To their knowledge, the eastern weave could be taken back at any time. However, Lu Yin did not intend to hand it over to them. This was equivalent to becoming enemies with them and possibly even starting a war. This meant that he was facing both the Astral Beast domain and the sixth mainland at the same time. Aren't you afraid that we'll destroy your Great Eastern Alliance first? The sixth mainland has always been your enemy, Su Qing said. Lu Yin's lips curled up. If we're destroyed, the sixth mainland will occupy the eastern weave, and you'll have even less of a chance. We won't leave right now, and we also promise that we won't take the initiative to attack the Astral Beast domain. We won't start a war against you, so your only enemy is the sixth mainland. We'll also help you block the eastern weave. Otherwise, you'll face the counterattack of the entire Outerverse. But I'm helping you. Su Qing sneered. You're just using us to pin down the sixth mainland and achieve your goal of controlling the Eastern Weave. Your goal is too obvious, Lu Yin. So, do you accept or not? Lu Yin asked. Su Qing fell silent. Accept or not? He had no choice but to accept unless he could defeat the Great Eastern Alliance. However, he could not defeat the Great Eastern Alliance at this point. If he did not agree to this deal, the Great Eastern Alliance would smoothly take over the sixth mainland, and they would have even less of a chance. Not only that, they would also have to face the sixth mainland's counterattack, and they might not even be able to hold the primal zone. To Su Qing, this was unacceptable. Too many experts had died in this war, and the Empire's suspicions of him had already reached a peak. The Sword King's death had pushed the Empire's suspicions of him to new heights. If he lost the primal zone as well, then he would be finished. He would only be a hired thug for the rest of his life and would forever be a laughingstock. If he agreed to Lu Yin's deal, then he could lead countless astral beasts to attack the sixth mainland. He did not expect to take any weaves as he was not stupid. He only hoped to attack one of the central weaves and become the first commander in the history of the astral beast domain to attack a weave in the Outerverse. That way he would be able to offset the negative effects of the previous war, and the Yao Emperor would be able to legitimately protect him. This was also why Lu Yin was most confident when he proposed this deal. The astral beast domain understood the human domain, and they had been confident in using Spirit Taizu and the other emissaries to incite internal strife in the Innerverse. The human domain also understood the astral beast domain. Lu Yin knew Su Qing's current situation, which was why he was so confident in proposing this deal. Su Qing could not refuse unless he was confident in defeating the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet. Otherwise, he could only rely on a short period of time to make up for his losses. Although he was confident that Su Qing would agree, Lu Yin still wanted to add fuel to the fire if the astral beast domain and the sixth mainland fought to the death. Soon the sixth mainland will fall into chaos, and that will be your chance. Perhaps you can not only attack one of the central weaves, but also the western weaves, Lu Yin tempted. Su Qing's gaze turned cold. Attack the western weaves? Alliance Master Lu, do you think I'm stupid? Lu Yin smiled. I can only tell you that the sixth mainland will definitely fall into chaos. When that time comes, exactly where you can attack will depend on you. However, regardless of whether or not you can attack the western weaves, you will become the commander of the Celestial Beast Empire's furthest expedition against the human domain's Outerverse. Your name will go down in history. Regardless of whether it was a beast or a human, as long as they had intelligence, they would not be able to resist the temptation to go down in history. Su Qing was no exception, as he did not have a choice. However, he was not stupid and had his own misgivings. Alliance Master Lu, once we enter the central weaves, we will be pincered by you and the sixth mainland. That would not be expanding our territory but rather stupidity. Lu Yin laughed. You said it yourself. We are also enemies with the sixth mainland. If the sixth mainland allows the Great Eastern Alliance to go to war with you and fight to the death, do you think that I will help them? I was the one who told you to hand over Iron Bloodweave. Commander, have you forgotten? Su Qing's eyes flashed. In theory, it was impossible for the sixth mainland to cooperate with Lu Yin, but he still had his misgivings. A single mistake could lead to a complete loss. This was war, not a game. If Commander Su Qing still has misgivings, I can swear that I will not attack the Celestial Beast Empire's astral beasts that invade the Outerverse. How about that? Lu Yin asked. In the end, Su Qing accepted Lu Yin's conditions. Once a cultivator made an oath, especially someone like Lu Yin who was extremely talented and had the potential to become a progenitor, oaths were especially important. Su Qing also believed that Lu Yin would not cooperate with the sixth mainland. There was no basis for cooperation at all. The sixth mainland had destroyed the fifth mainland's Daoist sect and was still occupying its ruins. They had also invaded the fifth mainland and caused countless blood debts. At least half of the Great Eastern Alliance's cultivators had enmity with the sixth mainland, so there was no reason for them to cooperate. Su Qing also believed that Lu Yin wanted to occupy the eastern weaves. If that was the case, then using them to restrict the sixth mainland would be the most appropriate choice. He did not believe that the sixth mainland would be willing to hand over the eastern weaves to Lu Yin as a means to deal with them. Not long after, Lu Yin put down his gadget and let out a long breath. His strategy had been achieved. Ever since he had learned that the astral beast domain had invaded the outerverse, his heart had been tense. On one hand, he had gathered the Great Eastern Alliance to take over the war, mobilized the experts and coerced them. On the other hand, he had also discussed the general direction of the war with Shui Chuanshao, Wei Rong and the others. Now the general direction was more than half complete. Wei Rong had been transferring people from armament weave and flaxen weave, so he had not appeared on the battlefield. The route that Lu Yin had given Su Qing had been developed by Wei Rong, and it was a route that was specifically used for war. Chapter 1891. Lu Yin had never been one to passively sacrifice himself. The Great Eastern Alliance had taken over the Sixth Mainland's role in waging war against the astral beast domain, and both sides had suffered losses. This was a fact that Lu Yin was willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of the people of the Eastern Weaves. He did not flaunt himself as a saint, but rather because he was human and because those people had once worshipped him, praised him and followed him. Taking over the war was one thing, but it did not mean that he had to suffer losses. No matter how difficult the situation was, there would always be a chance to turn things around. There was no such thing as a hopeless situation, and this was the moment to reverse the situation. The Sixth Mainland had thought that they had control over the Great Eastern Alliance and had been watching the show for months. Countless people from the Innerverse and Neoverse had mocked and cursed Lu Yin, and the Celestial Beast Empire hated him to the core. The Great Eastern Alliance's losses in every war were astronomical, and Lu Yin's heart was bleeding. Now the initiative was in his hands. When he thought about this, Lu Yin's lips curled up and he laughed heartily. Elder Zhou Xian walked in puzzled and looked at Lu Yin strangely. "Kid, are you crazy?" Lu Yin faced the elder and smiled. "Senior, I still don't understand the serious technique. Why don't you stay here and teach me?" Elder Zhou Xian was furious. "You want to keep me here? Kid, don't go too far." Lu Yin hurriedly replied, "Senior, you misunderstand. There's no more war. I just reached an agreement with Su Qing, and the war between the Great Eastern Alliance and the Astral Beast domain has stopped." Elder Zhou Xian was shocked. "Stopped? Are you sure?" Lu Yin nodded. "The war has stopped. Whether you stay here or return to the Sirius sect, it's the same. Why don't you stay here and guide me in my cultivation of the Sirius technique? I guarantee that my progress will be very fast, which is what you want as well. When the time comes we can—" He then moved his feet. Elder Zhou Xian's face twitched and he wanted to vent his anger, but there was nowhere for him to vent. In the end he sighed. "If there's anything you don't understand, just ask." Lu Yin's eyes lit up. "What is the Freedom Realm?" Over the next few days, Lu Yin consulted Elder Zhou Xian. Besides the Sirius technique, he also asked the elder to help him deduce the overlaying stacking technique. Although Elder Zhou Xian was not proficient in the overlaying stacks path, it was not too difficult for a superpower house who was second only to a half-martial ancestor. Elder Zhou Xian wasn't willing to help Lu Yin with the derivation, only hoping that Lu Yin would be able to master the serious arts as soon as possible. But under Lu Yin's request, he eventually helped him derive the overlaying stacks path to the 1,000 stacks path. 1,000 stacks was the limit of what Elder Zhou Xian could deduce. Any further would require an expert with a battle prowess in the millions. This was because even a 4th or 5th origin tribulation expert might not be able to reach the level of 1,000 stacks, let alone someone who had just become an emissary. This was a terrifying transformation. Elder Zhou Xian had originally thought that Lu Yin's overlaying stacks would be able to reach 500 or 600 stacks at most, which was already an overestimation. After all, Lu Yin had only been able to reach 300 stacks before, and even if he improved he would only be able to reach around 400 stacks. Gaining 100 stacks after stepping into the emissary realm was already an exaggeration, and the overlaying stacks would only become more and more difficult to cultivate. But who would have thought that Lu Yin would actually be able to endure the 1,000 stacks Elder Zhou Xian had deduced? This made Elder Zhou Xian look at Lu Yin as if he were looking at a monster. If Lu Yin had just broken through to become an emissary normally, then he would not have been able to endure such an exaggerated 1,000 stacks path. However, he had absorbed 4 astral cyclones during his origin tribulation and had just survived it. Absorbing astral cyclones could improve one's physique and transform one's body. This was a process that enlighters would definitely go through when they became emissaries, and this was the fundamental reason why they were able to step into the astral source universe. This was because after each origin tribulation, one's body would undergo a small transformation. This was the rule of the universe and there were punishments and rewards. However, Lu Yin had absorbed 4 astral cyclones during his origin tribulation, which had continuously improved his physique. It was equivalent to someone who had undergone 4 origin tribulations and transformed their body. This was the reason why he had been able to forcefully absorb 1 origin tribulation's destructive power. That power was not something that Lu Yin could contend against, as he had broken the rules of the universe, which meant that the astral source universe would be destroyed. Even so, there was still a sliver of hope that he could rely on external objects or even someone else to resist the origin tribulation. Lu Yin did not have anyone by his side to help him resist the origin tribulation. This was because, according to other people's worldviews, the origin tribulation did not allow external forces to interfere, or else it would be even more terrifying. Thus, even half-ancestors and progenitors would not help Lu Yin. Fortunately, Lu Yin had a corpse that could withstand the origin tribulation, which allowed him to successfully survive. This was the reason why he had undergone such an unimaginable transformation. Even Elder Zhou Xian was amazed by the Thousand Stacks path. A single palm strike could cripple a powerhouse with a power level of 700,000, and even a powerhouse with a power level of 800,000 would not dare to take it head-on. Lu Yin had already surpassed the common understanding of ordinary people, and now he had become even more unfathomable. Even Elder Zhou Xian looked at him as if he were a monster. Aside from the massive increase in overlaying stacks due to his physical body's transformation, Lu Yin believed that the amount of death energy in his body that he could absorb would also transform. He did not know what the death transformation's transformation would be like, but he had to find some time to absorb the death energy. There was no more death energy in his body. Suddenly he thought of something very unfortunate. He did not have the enlightened Sword King. What a pity, what a pity. However, the war would still continue. Lu Yin looked towards the west. The 6th mainland was at war with the astral beast domain, and many experts would die. Perhaps he could sneak into the battlefield and summon those who had died to replenish the enlightened general stage. He would let the 5th mainland know what it meant to have a single person for a country. No one was surprised that Lu Yin had gone into seclusion. After breaking through to become an emissary, one would definitely go into seclusion to consolidate their current strength. Astral energy cyclones and star energy revolutions were completely different, and their battle methods had to change as well. The most obvious change was that the astral source universe could not detect the presence of astral sources, or else they could be forcefully sucked away. He raised his hand and his die appeared. There was no better way to go into seclusion than to enter the time-stop space. As he thought about it, he tapped out 3 pips. Lu Yin looked at the 2 layers of screens and rubbed his cosmic ring. He had a root of wisdom inside, but he did not know what would happen after it was upgraded. It probably would not reach the level of wisdom that Ancestor Huizhu had left behind. They were different species, but it was not impossible to give it a try. After all, he had 5 roots and Hui Kong had asked Hui Santong to give him 5 roots of wisdom. Lu Yin thought about it and tossed the root of wisdom into the upper screen. He then threw down 1,000,000 star essence, as this amount of money was nothing to him. The root of wisdom immediately dropped and Lu Yin's heart sank. Sure enough, it was a fake. Back then, the withered root of wisdom had cost him 10,000,000 star essence to upgrade. The less this root of wisdom was consumed, the lower its value. He looked at the star essence on the screen and saw that it had not even been fully consumed. It did not even cost 1,000,000, which left him speechless. Lu Yin sighed, picked up the root of wisdom and tried again. He dropped the 2nd time, but it did not drop the 3rd time. He had upgraded it to its peak. The 3rd upgrade had cost him exactly 1,000,000 star essence, which was about the same as Death 91's Poison of Life. However, it had been upgraded 1 more time. 5 roots of wisdom had cost him a total of 5,000,000 star essence. He looked at the 5 roots of wisdom that were flowing with brilliant colors. They looked good, but they were still far from being a true root of wisdom. Still, they were definitely much more effective than the Hui family's roots of wisdom. It was said that the Hui family's root of wisdom could only calm one's heart, and Lu Yin hoped that this would be even more effective. Lu Yin raised his hand and strands of astral source converged. He placed the root of wisdom on it and brewed some tea. He took a sip and his mind cleared up. His emotions were much calmer and he felt a sense of clarity. Sure enough, it could not compare to a true root of wisdom that allowed one to see through everything, but it still felt pretty good. This root of wisdom had already been upgraded and its effects were barely acceptable to Lu Yin. He could imagine that the Hui family's roots of wisdom would not have any effect on him, as Hui Kong had said the same thing back then. He continued to roll his die. He tapped it and a simple box fell out. Lu Yin's eyes lit up and he opened it. There was a piece of metal inside and he crushed it with just a bit of force. The fact that he could crush it with just a bit of force meant that this piece of metal was as hard as an enlighters. It was very precious to most cultivators, but unfortunately it was useless to Lu Yin. He rolled his die again and the scene before him changed in the time-stop space. When he arrived at the time-stop space, Lu Yin immediately extended the time for almost a year. Stars revolved around his body as he recited the primogenitor's scripture and began to cultivate the serious art. After breaking through to the star emissary level, his cultivation of the serious art would take another step forward. Elder Zhou Xian had been explaining it to him in great detail over the past few days, and he was eager for Lu Yin to cultivate the serious art to its peak. This was a treatment that all of the serious sect's disciples were envious of, and only Lu Yin was able to enjoy it. There was no other way around it as the soles of his feet were too hard. During his battle with Progenitor Chen's clone, even though Progenitor Chen had been an enlighter and could not control as many stars as Lu Yin could, that was because Progenitor Chen had created the serious art himself. His understanding of the serious art far surpassed Lu Yin's, and he had reached the realm that Elder Zhou Xian had called the unrestrained astral body realm. That battle had given Lu Yin a new understanding of how to control the stars, and with Elder Zhou Xian's explanation, Lu Yin was certain that he would be able to cultivate the serious art to a higher realm. A year passed and Lu Yin left the time-stop space. He rested for 10 days before continuing to roll his die. Not long after, Lu Yin entered the time-stop space once more, then exited and repeated the process over and over again. A month had passed and he had entered the time-stop space 5 times. In total, he had cultivated the serious art for 5 years, which had increased the number of stars he could control to a terrifying 90,000. In the past, even with the support of the primogenitor's scripture, a year of cultivating the serious art would only increase the number of stars he could control by 4,000. Now, however, he had gained 80,000 stars in 5 years, which meant that he had gained more than 10,000 stars in a single year. Aside from the fact that he had broken through to become an astral envoy, the comprehension he had gained from the battle with Progenitor Chen's clone, and Elder Zhou Xian's explanation, he had also gained the support of the primogenitor's scripture. After breaking through to become an astral envoy, the number of words he had to recite from the primogenitor's scripture had increased, and the effects of the scripture had increased as well. 90,000 stars was not far from the limit of the 5th level of the serious art, which was 99,000 stars. As long as he entered the time-stop space to cultivate again, he would be able to break through the 5th level of the art of serious and reach the 6th level. He wondered if he would be able to benefit from the diagram on the soles of his feet. He would never forget how Elder Gong had piously asked him, "How can you be sure that the planet you are on does not originate from the serious art?" That one sentence had changed Lu Yin's understanding of the universe. When a technique was cultivated to its peak, when the cultivator reached the pinnacle of strength, they could change the heavens and the earth. They could even turn the stars in their orbit into reality. This was the greatest treasure that Progenitor Chen had left behind for the serious sect. It was the pinnacle of the serious art. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Chapter 1892. The universe was so vast, so how many stars had been created by the serious art? Maybe 1, maybe 10,000, or maybe even 1,000,000,000. Who knew? The rune progenitor had changed the universe, creating rune lines and giving birth to civilizations. He had also left behind the home of the gods and other behemoths that cultivated the Aeon evolution true scripture. Progenitor Chen had also changed the universe and left behind real stars in the universe. Only by cultivating the serious art to its peak would one be able to control the stars that Progenitor Chen had left behind. That was the power to change the universe. Xiaji definitely knew this secret, which was why he had schemed for decades as a half-progenitor. He had not hesitated to go to war with both the Sirius sect and Everlasting Sky Island in order to obtain the Sirius Jade Annulus and Progenitor Chen's inheritance. If possible, Lu Yin would have loved nothing more than to train his cosmic art to perfection in the time-stop space, but that was impossible as it was far too difficult. Cultivating the cosmic art required more than just simulating the movement of the stars. It also required one's own strength. Breaking through to the star emissary level had allowed his cultivation of the serious art to progress by leaps and bounds. What if he broke through to a power level of 1,000,000? With his current progress he might be able to reach perfection right away. However, that was still a long way off. The 5th level of the serious art only required 99,000 stars to reach perfection, and the 6th level required 380,000 stars. That was an enormous number. Once he could control 380,000 stars, he would be the equivalent of a universe to many people. As for the 7th level, that was unimaginable. Progenitor Chen's realm was even more unimaginable. Lu Yin had originally wanted to continue his seclusion to break through to the 5th level of the serious art and cultivate the overlaying stacks path, but the 6th mainland had sent people with ill intentions. 4 experts from the 6th mainland had arrived: the Sword Valley Master Ancestor Eyeless, Old Man Nong, and the 3-inch Master. 3 cosmic imprinters and 1 heavenly imprinter. They were all top experts in the 6th mainland, second only to a half-progenitor. Lu Yin had sent many people to welcome them, including himself, the 2nd Night King, Elder Zhou Xian, Emperor Lu, Master Yuan, and Yamavis. Whether it was in terms of quantity or quality, they were all superior. The two sides faced each other in the heavens. Lu Yin's expression was calm, and he smiled as he sized up the 3-inch Master in surprise. On the other side, the 3-inch Master also had a calm expression. He was only 3 inches tall, so he was called the 3-inch Master. His appearance surprised Lu Yin. 3 inches? How could he be so small? There were giants and dwarves among humans. The 3-inch Grandmaster was a typical dwarf, but he was different from the dwarves in the big forest. He had a sage-like temperament. Sword Valley Master's eyes were sharp and filled with a sharp aura. Forefather Eyeless had a solemn expression as he stared at Lu Yin. Old Man Nong was just as calm as the 3-inch Grandmaster. When he saw Lu Yin look over, he even smiled in a simple and honest manner. However, Lu Yin would not underestimate him. "You've all come from afar, but I was in seclusion. I apologize for making you wait," Lu Yin casually said. He no longer considered himself to be a junior, and since they had come with ill intentions, it was destined that nothing good would come out of this discussion. The 3-inch Master was a celestial imprinter, so he should have been the leader, but he did not speak. Instead, it was Sword Valley Master who stepped forward and faced Lu Yin. "The Great Eastern Alliance and the Astral Beast Domain have been fighting for quite some time now, so leave the rest to my 6th mainland. We've already made preparations and will hand over everything as soon as possible. Alliance Master Lu, rest assured that the Astral Beast Domain will definitely lose, and they will not be able to break into the Outerverse." Lu Yin beamed at him. "But they've already broken in," Sword Valley Master replied. "We'll beat them back not just to the Primal Zone, but also to the Astral Beast Domain. My 6th mainland will let them know what the price is." Lu Yin nodded. "Then I'm relieved. Actually, when I met with Senior Blood Ancestor, I wanted to ask him to exterminate those beasts, but he's still a progenitor and that's too much of a bully. Since Sword Valley Master and your group are so confident, I'll leave it to you. The next time I see Senior Blood Ancestor, I'll put in a few good words for you." Lu Yin kept referring to Senior Blood Ancestor, which caused Sword Valley Master and the others' expressions to change. They knew that the Blood Ancestor had descended, and they had also heard that the Blood Ancestor wanted to take Lu Yin as his disciple. Thus, their feelings towards Lu Yin were rather complicated. They felt both enmity and fear, just like Su Qing. The 3-inch Master still acted as if this matter did not concern him. Old Farmer pursed his lips, but his expression remained calm. Sword Valley Master said, "Alliance Master Lu, don't worry. We'll definitely make the Celestial Beast Empire pay the price. Let's begin the handover as soon as possible. The Celestial Beast Empire's reinforcements are on the way, and it won't be long before the war resumes. At that time the handover won't be as quick." "Handover? What handover?" Lu Yin was astonished. Sword Valley Master's expression changed as he had a bad premonition. "Of course, we'll take over this war in your Great Eastern Alliance's place." "What? Is Alliance Master Lu still willing to continue the war with the Astral Beast Domain?" Lu Yin seriously replied, "Of course. It's my duty to deal with those beasts. They've caused too much blood in North Castle Weave, Eastly Weave, Grand Forest Weave, and even Frostwave Weave. I'll personally settle this debt." Sword Valley Master stared at Lu Yin. So the Great Eastern Alliance plans to occupy the Eastern Weaves and start a war with the Astral Beast domain? Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Not occupy but borrow. There's no need for that. My sixth mainland will take over this war, Ancestor Eyeless said without any trace of politeness. He had never had a good impression of Lu Yin. Back when the sixth mainland had invaded the Outerverse through the isolated Astral River, the Eyeless clan had been the main fighting force, but they had been defeated because of Lu Yin. Sword Valley Master looked at Lu Yin. Alliance Master Lu, the Outerverse belongs to my sixth mainland, so this war should be taken over by us. It has nothing to do with you. You can leave now. Don't worry, we'll protect Frostwave Weave well. Of course, you can also retreat to Frostwave Weave without having to fight. Just watch. Lu Yin smiled. Most of the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet is stationed at the border between Frostwave Weave and North Castle Weave, so it won't affect the sixth mainland's attack on the Astral Beast domain. From Armament Weave to Flaxen Weave and then to North Castle Weave, the path is smooth. We won't be affected. Ancestor Eyeless frowned and his tone was stern. The Great Eastern Alliance doesn't plan to retreat? Are you trying to break the agreement between the sixth mainland and the Hall of Honor? Lu Yin looked at Ancestor Eyeless and his expression darkened. Are you the one making the decision, or is Sword Valley Master the one making the decision? How rude of you to butt in. Ancestor Eyeless was furious. What did you say? He took a step forward, but Master Yuan and Yamavis stepped forward at the same time. The 3-inch Master Elder Zhou Xian and the second Night King all looked over at the same time. Old Farmer was speechless. They had sent out one person, but the other side had sent out two. Ancestor Eyeless was enraged, and he imprinted an imprint onto the Blood Ancestor, causing his enormous might to sweep out. Lu Yin glanced at Emperor Lu. Emperor Lu immediately drew his sword and slashed out. Ancestor Eyeless. No one had expected Emperor Lu to directly attack. Even Elder Zhou Xian and the others had not expected this, as this attack had been too unexpected. Ancestor Eyeless had also not expected his opponent to attack him directly, and he raised a hand to shatter the sword chi. Emperor Lu slashed out with his sword, but Sword Valley Master barked, "Stop." He then slashed out with his own sword. The two swords clashed and there was a loud bang as the void rippled. A formless sharpness spread out and shattered the heavens. The 3-inch Master stood in front of Sword Valley Master while the second Night King appeared in front of Emperor Lu. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. Sword Valley Master looked at Lu Yin. Alliance Master Lu, what is the meaning of this? Your Great Eastern Alliance wants to start a war with my sixth mainland? The first time he had met Lu Yin was at the border of the Great Eastern Alliance. At that time, the sixth mainland had held the absolute initiative, and Sword Valley Master had threatened Lu Yin. He had not even taken a junior like Lu Yin seriously. However, Lu Yin had schemed against him, and he had opened up Iron Blood Weave's battlefield for the sixth mainland. He had even almost opened up the second battlefield in the technocracy. Now, when he met Lu Yin again, the situation had completely changed, and Sword Valley Master had been forced into a passive position. The sixth mainland's overall strength surpassed the fifth mainland's, but as time passed, the conflict with the Neo-Human Alliance, the purge of the secret progenitor territory, and secret progenitor's betrayal had greatly damaged the sixth mainland's strength. The only ones who could suppress the fifth mainland were progenitors. As for half-ancestors, the fifth mainland far surpassed the sixth mainland. Now the sixth mainland no longer had such a great advantage against the Hall of Honor, and they had even become more passive. They had long since given up on declaring war. If progenitors did not participate, then they would definitely lose. The fifth mainland had too many half-ancestors. In the past, Sword Valley Master would have been able to wantonly declare war, but now he did not have the confidence to say such words. Another point was that the Astral Beast domain had invaded, and the Celestial Beast Empire was not easy to deal with. They wanted to take over the war with the Astral Beast domain for two reasons. First, they wanted to use this war to resolve their internal conflict with the secret progenitor territory. Second, they had received news that the Celestial Beast Empire had sent reinforcements, causing the Great Eastern Alliance's morale to waver. They were afraid that the Great Eastern Alliance would immediately retreat, and if the Astral Beast domain invaded the Eastern Weaves, it would be difficult for them to deal with them. They did not care about the people of the Eastern Weaves, and they had also underestimated how much Lu Yin valued the commoners. They did not dare to gamble. In a person's life, there were many times when they had to gamble, and it all depended on whether or not they could bear the losses. The sixth mainland could not bear the loss of the Eastern Weaves to the Astral Beast domain. They needed to negotiate with the Great Eastern Alliance and use the complete Outerverse to deal with the Astral Beast domain. They had to turn their internal conflicts into external ones, or else they would start fighting amongst themselves. They had thought that this would be an easy task, but it had now developed to such an extent. Lu Yin waved a hand and the second Night King and the others stepped back. Sword Valley Master, my Great Eastern Alliance has no intention of starting a war. It's just that your people are being too impudent and you need to teach them how to speak to me. Lu Yin then looked at Patriarch Ilis. Know your place or you won't be so lucky the next time you see me. Patriarch Ilis' face twitched. He was a cosmic imprinter, but he was being threatened by a junior who he believed that he could easily squash to death. This caused the fury in his heart to surge. Old Farmer chuckled and stood in front of Patriarch Ilis. He looked at Lu Yin. Alliance Master Lu, it's understandable that the young are hot-tempered, but business is more important. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he looked at Sword Valley Master. I'm not in a good mood. You guys can go back. We'll talk next time. Chapter 1893. When he heard Lu Yin's words, the Sword Valley Master anxiously replied, Alliance Master Lu, the entire Outerverse belongs to the sixth mainland. What you're doing right now isn't appropriate. Lu Yin left without looking back as he did not care about Sword Valley Master at all. Not to mention one Sword Valley Master, even if 4 venerables gathered together he wouldn't care. The sixth mainland had been invaded by the Eternals, and after arriving in the Outerverse, it had been attacked by the Neo-Human Alliance. It had also been betrayed by the secret progenitor who had purged the secret progenitor realm. The sixth mainland was currently very weak, and Lu Yin wanted to take the initiative. From the moment that Lu Yin had turned around, it meant that unless a progenitor from the sixth mainland descended, no one would be able to influence his decisions. The Great Eastern Alliance's fleet currently possessed the power to directly face off against the Astral Beast domain. Even though they had been at a disadvantage during the past few months of war, with the deaths of the Sword King and the other top-tier experts, it was no longer possible for the Astral Beast domain to break through the Great Eastern Alliance's defenses. A tripartite balance of power had already been formed, but the Sword Valley Master and the others still had not seen this clearly and naively wanted to take over the Eastern Weaves. They didn't understand Lu Yin, but now they understood him better than anyone else. The Sword Valley Master was sullen. As a cosmic imprinter, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? As he looked at the numerous experts of the Great Eastern Alliance blocking his path, he was actually helpless. The 3-inch master watched helplessly as Lu Yin left. So what if he had the celestial imprint? He still had no right to speak on this battlefield. The Sword Valley Master could only contact the Hall of Honor. Even though he could not directly contact Elder Chan, he could still contact the Board of Governors. Lu Yin naturally received the news that Sword Valley Master had contacted the Board of Governors, but he didn't mind. Those who were familiar with the Hall of Honor knew that the Board of Directors had a lot of power and could even influence the Great Eastern Alliance's battles. However, the Sword Valley Master had never thought that the Board of Directors would be able to influence the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin himself was a member of the Board of Directors, and through Qing Tan, the Sword Valley Master had a deep understanding of the extent of Lu Yin's control over the Board of Directors. The Great Eastern Alliance had accepted this war, and the Board of Governors had been against it from the very beginning. However, it had been useless. He had only wanted to contact Elder Chan through the Board of Governors. In the end, although he managed to get Elder Chan's contact information, he could not get through no matter how hard he tried. The only news he got was that Elder Chan was in seclusion. Sword Valley Master was furious. Seclusion? At this time? How could it be? It was obvious that he didn't want to talk to him. Helpless, he could only contact one of the 4 Supremes, the Medicine Immortal, and ask him to contact Elder Chan. The sixth mainland's Daoist sect's 4 sovereigns were practically all celestial imprints, but there was one person whose strength was unfathomable, and that person was the Medicine Immortal. Logically speaking, the Medicine Immortal should also be a heavenly imprint. However, based on what he knew, half-martial ancestor 9-3 could order Mr. Guanxing, Old Man Songqiong, and the others around, but he didn't show the slightest disrespect to the Medicine Immortal. The medicine immortal was very likely to be a half-martial ancestor. Although his strength was unknown in terms of seniority, the medicine immortal was the leader of the four venerables. Most of the time, the medicine immortal didn't participate in the decision-making process, but things were different now. The secret ancestor had betrayed the human race, and the medicine immortal belonged to the stone realm. He was also a member of the secret ancestor region. Just like the 3-inch Grandmaster and the Sword Valley Master, the medicine immortal also had to do something for the 6th mainland. However, the medicine immortal shouldn't be considered one of the four venerables anymore. Half a day later, medicine immortal contacted Sword Valley Master and gave him a one-word reply: wait. Wait. Valley Master Sword was puzzled. Elder Chan said that he will contact Lu Yin and have the Great Eastern Alliance withdraw from the Outerverse. He asked you to wait. Sword Valley Master raised his brows. Did this medicine immortal really not know? Waiting meant that there would be no results. When the Hall of Honor had contacted them and asked them to immediately send people to North Castle Weave to fight against the Astral Beast domain, their response had been to wait. Now it was their turn to wait. Sword Valley Master wanted to say something to the medicine immortal, but at that moment his gadget rang. He glanced at it and was shocked. It was actually half-progenitor Zhou Xian. Sword Valley Master hurriedly answered the call and respectfully said, "Half-progenitor Zhou Xian, what are your orders?" "Don't take part in the war against the Astral Beast domain," Zhou Xian said. Her voice was much colder, and it didn't have the same numbness that Lu Yin and the others had felt when she had first appeared on the battlefield. Sword Valley Master was astonished. Even Zhou Xian was helping Lu Yin? Could it be that this kid was telling the truth? Was the blood ancestor intending to take him in as a disciple? Right, Zhou Xian was also present when this kid was undergoing his tribulation. She should have seen the blood ancestor and even had a conversation with him, so she should know how important Lu Yin was to the blood ancestor. Otherwise, why would a half-progenitor speak up for Lu Yin? Since a half-progenitor had spoken up, Sword Valley Master had no choice but to give up. Although the Eastern Weaves were important, it wasn't worth offending half-progenitor Zhou Xian over. Although Zhou Xian wasn't the strongest half-progenitor, she was the most gifted. Sword Valley Master would never have guessed that Zhou Xian had asked him not to take part in the war against the Astral Beast domain because she wanted to suppress Lu Yin and cause the Great Eastern Alliance to suffer losses, not because she wanted to help him. In Zhou Xian's mind, Lu Yin had used the information about progenitor Wuxiang's hide in exchange for the 6th mainland taking over the war against the Astral Beast domain. The Great Eastern Alliance's threat to Lu Yin's survival was the most effective, but Lu Yin had reversed the situation. Furthermore, when he had used the information about progenitor Wuxiang's hide to lure the 6th mainland out, he hadn't actually wanted them to take over the war. Rather, it had just been a rationalization. Within the Great Eastern Alliance's spacecraft, Lu Yin was astonished. The 6th mainland has completely retreated? Shui Chuanxiao nodded and cautiously replied, "That's strange. They retreated very decisively." Lu Yin pondered this as something was wrong. This involved the ownership of the Eastern Weaves, so how could the 6th mainland retreat so easily? If it was that easy, then why would Sword Valley Master contact the board of directors? Wasn't this an unnecessary move? Was there some sort of conspiracy? Lu Yin felt uneasy, so he contacted Su Qing. "When are you guys attacking the Central Weaves?" Su Qing was stunned, as this was extremely strange. It was normal for wars to be urged, but this was the first time he had been urged by an enemy. "We're currently waiting for reinforcements. It'll be too late if you don't attack now. Let me tell you, the 6th mainland has already gathered several cosmic imprinters and even some celestial imprinters. They wanted to threaten me, but I blocked them. Their next opponent will be you, so be careful." Lu Yin ended the call. On the other end, Shui Chuanxiao was speechless. The human domain and the Astral Beast domain had been at war for countless years, but this was the first time such a situation had occurred. From Lu Yin's expression, it seemed as if he wanted the Astral Beast domain to attack the Central Weaves right now. Back when the 6th mainland had threatened the Great Eastern Alliance to withdraw from the Outerverse, Lu Yin had used Ironblood Weave to open up a battlefield for the 6th mainland. Now he was personally guarding the Eastern Weaves and opening up a path to Armament Weave. At the same time, he was also luring the Astral Beast domain to the 6th mainland. To the astral beast domain, the sixth mainland was an enemy that they would definitely go to war with. As for the Great Eastern Alliance, if they could win, they would definitely go to war. If they couldn't win, then there was no need to go to war, as they could still use the Great Eastern Alliance to contain the sixth mainland. The sixth mainland's control over the eastern weaves was also in play. This was a three-way check and balance. In the end, Lu Yin had specifically opened up a battlefield for the sixth mainland, and the result was the same as before. The situation was moving in Lu Yin's favor, and the result was exactly what he wanted. However, he had not expected the process to go so smoothly, to the point that it made him panic. This was why he had continuously urged the astral beast domain. Finally, after 10 days, the astral beast domain finished gathering and headed towards Flaxen Weave. They were going to attack a weave in the outerverse. Su Qing's reputation in the Celestial Beast Empire was getting worse and worse. He had not hesitated to conceal his deal with Lu Yin and request reinforcements from the Empire, all for the sake of entering the central weaves. As long as they could attack the central weaves, regardless of whether they could occupy it or not, they would be able to leave their name in history. Every step they took was another step forward in history. Following the astral beast domain's attack, the Great Eastern Alliance watched from the sidelines, and the sixth mainland was forced to passively participate in this war. Valley Master Sword faced Su Qing with an extremely ugly expression. He had originally thought that the astral beast domain would attack the eastern weaves and start a war with the Great Eastern Alliance, but he had not expected that they would follow Flaxen Weave and attack Armament Weave. The Great Eastern Alliance's fleets that had been stationed in Flaxen Weave and Armament Weave had retreated without warning, and the astral beast domain had not made things difficult for them. Even an idiot would know that something was amiss. Valley Master Sword was furious and he slashed at Su Qing. Did the astral beast domain and the Great Eastern Alliance reach an agreement? Su Qing was not stupid and there was no way he would admit to it. The moment he did, the Empire would know and he would not be able to achieve his goal. What qualifications do you humans have to make an agreement with us? He then raised a claw and pressed down on Valley Master Sword. Bang! A giant crack spread through space. Ancestor Eyeless and Old Gnome both had their own opponents. The astral beast domain had sent many experts as reinforcements, and they had reached the pinnacle of their battle against the Great Eastern Alliance. Su Qing was not confident that he could defeat the Great Eastern Alliance in a short period of time, but the sixth mainland was different. Although the sixth mainland's experts definitely far surpassed the Great Eastern Alliances, the sixth mainland was not a unified power. Instead, they were scattered. When the Corpse Keeper had fled Ironblood Weave without caring about the situation, it had led to the collapse of Ironblood Weave and the deaths of all of the sixth mainland's experts. From this incident, one could see just how ruthless the sixth mainland was. The Great Eastern Alliance was under Lu Yin's control, and even if Lu Qianjue and the others were not willing to fight to the death, the Great Eastern Alliance would still be able to hold on. However, the sixth mainland was different. Once they encountered any adversity, there would be many people like the Corpse Keeper. Unless the sixth mainland could completely crush the astral beast domain, the situation would only become more favorable for the astral beast domain. Furthermore, Su Qing no longer had any plans to invade the outerverse. All he wanted was to make a name for himself in the annals of history. Even if he lost the territory that he had obtained in the end, it would not be able to conceal his glory. Su Qing had gone berserk this time, and he had thrown caution to the wind for the sake of his achievements. The war had not stopped even after half a month had passed, and many of the sixth mainland's cultivators had begun to doubt their lives. Within the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet, Elder Lohar was reading through the battle reports from the astral beast domain and the sixth mainland. He sighed. This is how Ironblood Weave should fight. When did Ironblood Weave ever stop for even a moment? The war never stops. This is what a battlefield should be like. Passive warfare is never the way to victory, Lu Yin's voice rang out. When Elder Lohar saw Lu Yin appear, he hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Alliance Leader. Lu Yin helped Elder Lohar up and smiled. Senior took care of me back in Ironblood Weave, so there's no need to be so courteous. Chapter 1894. Elder Lohar had a complicated expression. Back then? No, in his cultivation years, that was just yesterday. A mere dozen years had passed in the blink of an eye, and that youth who could only rely on repairing sourcebox arrays to protect his stronghold had already become a peak figure who could ignore powerhouses with power levels in the millions. A single word from him could decide the fate of Iron Blood Weave, and a single word from him could decide the fate of an entire war. Who could have imagined that back then? Alliance leader, this war should be over for us, right? Elder Lohar asked. Luin thought about it. You can say that. Elder Lohar nodded, but he did not say anything. Not long after, Luin received a call from Wang Wen. I thought you were dead, Luin joked. He was in a good mood. Wang Wen replied bitterly, half dead. What happened? Luin was curious. Wang Wen was helpless. I wanted to kidnap an expert for you to take over the Lu Xianjun army, but I almost made a fool of myself. I was ridiculed by that girl and I was almost skinned by the Sea King. Do you really like Chi-Chi? Luin was curious. Wang Wen sighed. A little, but that girl doesn't like me. He then changed the topic and became much more serious. I've seen the battle report. Your Highness chess piece, you're playing with fire. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. I can roughly guess your goal and I have to say that there's a chance of success. However, it's very dangerous, very dangerous. If you go overboard, the Great Eastern Alliance will be gone, Wang Wen said solemnly. Lu Yin grunted. I know. Then I want to know your true goal in taking over this war. Was it for this plan or was it really for the sake of those ordinary people's lives? Wang Wen asked seriously. Lu Yin was silent for a moment. Both. I can't give up on those people, but I also can't fight to the death with the Astral Beast domain in order to help the Sixth Mainland succeed. Is that why you came up with this plan? If we don't handle this properly, we'll be eaten by both sides. Even if we succeed, we'll be stuck in the Outerverse. What about the Cosmic Sea? What about the Neoverse? Most importantly, what about that region of space? Wang Wen asked 3 questions in a row. Luin asked, answer me. What's the difference between the current Great Eastern Alliance and the one before the war? Wang Wen was silent for a moment. So you can see clearly. Lu Yin's lips curled up. This war was a baptism of sorts. The Great Eastern Alliance has always been a pile of loose sand. Without this war, my position as alliance leader would have been nothing more than a rallying cry. I can't even fight against an old enemy like the Astral Beast domain, and I can't even command Lu Qianjue and the other emissaries. How will I fight against stronger enemies in the future? Now I can say that the Great Eastern Alliance is a fist, a sharp blade. I can pick it up and I can also let it go. I can even kill my enemies. Wang Wen smiled. Many people say that me, Wei Rong and Xianxia are the 3 smartest people in the Outerverse, but they're wrong. Your Highness chess piece, you're even smarter and you're able to see further into the future. You've reaped more benefits from this war than anyone could have imagined. Congratulations, you now have the ability to protect yourself. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Yes, we have the capital to counterattack. The war had caused great losses to the Great Eastern Alliance. However, at the same time, the war had also allowed the Great Eastern Alliance to reap many benefits. An army that had never experienced war and an army that had experienced war were 2 completely different things. Humans were a very mysterious kind of animal. As long as they could command once, they could command a second time. This was especially true for the envoys. However, if Lu Yin could not command them in the face of the Astral Beast domain's invasion, then how would he be able to use their strength to strengthen the Great Eastern Alliance in the future? Lu Yin had said that he wanted to join the Great Eastern Alliance, but that was just a perfunctory response. Lu Yin did not want a perfunctory response. He wanted a truly powerful Great Eastern Alliance that could make everyone tremble, fear, and submit to them. He believed that at this moment, the entire universe recognized the Great Eastern Alliance for what it was. Lu Yin's guess was correct. The Great Eastern Alliance had directly faced off against the Astral Beast domain. They had more than a dozen envoys and there were even a few powerhouses with power levels of over 1 million. This strength shocked even the behemoths in the Neoverse. This was a strength that only the Hall of Honor possessed. At this moment, the Great Eastern Alliance truly struck fear into everyone's hearts. Intelligent people like Wang Wen and Wei Rong still could not clearly see the benefits that this war had brought to Lu Yin. The medicine Immortal had contacted Elder Chan, but the old man had not contacted Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not care about the pressure that the Sixth Mainland had exerted on him, as the Hall of Honor had accepted it. This was a subtle change that Lu Yin was not aware of. This change in attitude meant that Lu Xiaoshuan's identity was no longer an obstacle. Not to mention the fact that he had broken through to the envoys that had experienced this war. And now Lu Yin wanted to reap even greater rewards. Under the second Night King's protection, he secretly went to the battlefield between the astral beast domain and the sixth mainland. Lu Yin watched the battle in the distant heavens. Corpses littered the ground, and the darkness of space was dyed a dark red. Lu Yin sighed. Zhou Xian really has gone crazy. This war has lasted for nearly 20 days and it still hasn't ended. Both sides have suffered far more losses than we did during the war. If Zhou Xian had fought against the Great Eastern Alliance in the past like this, then we might not have been able to hold on. The second Night King asked, "What do we do now? Who do we attack?" Lu Yin glanced at him. "Nobody. Keep an eye on them and see who dies. I'll go select the generals." The second Night King's brows rose. "You won't attack anyone?" Lu Yin replied, "Nonsense. Even if the sixth mainland is an enemy, they're still humans. How can we attack the humans when they're fighting those beasts? I've already sworn that I won't attack the astral beast domain, so neither side will attack. I'll just select the generals." The second Night King understood and his heart grew even more fearful. The term general selection was unfamiliar in this era, but back when the fifth mainland's Daoist sect was still around, it was synonymous with a nightmare. The Lu family's direct descendants' general selection platform was a nightmare of life and death. It described how one would die if they were selected, but they would also be selected by the enemy to continue fighting. Those who were selected were all experts and they were unwilling to accept it. Their families and friends were also unwilling to accept it. Because of the general selection platform, the Lu family had many loyal retainers, but they also had many mortal enemies. Regardless of friend or foe, the general selection platform was a taboo. The second Night King had thought that he would never encounter this nightmare again, but he had not expected to see it again so soon. He had seen the endless general selection platform, and he had seen the unparalleled heroism of a single person fighting for an entire country. When he thought of this, the second Night King felt a chill run down his spine, and his thoughts of rebelling against Lu Yin became even more hazy. "I've got it." Lu Yin's eyes lit up and his body disappeared. The second Night King hurriedly followed, as his mission was to conceal Lu Yin's tracks so that they would not be discovered by the astral beast domain or the sixth mainland. At the edge of the planet, a giant beast howled as it collapsed to the ground. Half of its body had melted, and the one who had killed it was an enlighter from the sixth mainland. He was also in a miserable state, but he was not on the verge of death. "Die, wild beast." The sixth mainland cultivator raised a hand and smashed the giant beast into the planet's ground. Not too far away, many beasts and humans were still fighting. This planet was on the verge of collapse. Above them, fiery red meteors rained down, and from time to time, corpses would fall to the ground. The sixth mainland cultivator sat down and panted heavily. When he looked up, his eyes were filled with panic. How much longer would this battle last? Bang! There was a loud explosion as the sixth mainland cultivator's head shattered. It was the Yingguai. In outer space, 3 swords descended and stabbed towards the Yingguai. Not too far away, the Yingguai released a sound wave that restrained the 3 swords. It was the Sound Guai, one of the astral beast domain's twin freaks. Lu Yin arrived at the planet's interior and found the giant beast that had been killed. He raised a hand and a general appointment platform appeared. "With my blood I appointed general." As soon as he spoke, an invisible wind blew past, and the image of the giant beast was imprinted on the platform. This beast had the power of an enlighter, which was meaningless to Lu Yin. However, there were too many of them, which was the true purpose of the general appointment platform. After appointing the beasts, Lu Yin immediately went to the planet's surface and distorted the void to appoint the sixth mainland cultivator who had been killed. In one go he had appointed 2 enlighters. Following that, Lu Yin moved around the battlefield and continuously appointed generals, all of whom were at least enlighters. In just a few days he had appointed more than 20 enlighters. Most of them were beasts and a small portion were sixth mainland cultivators. In a corner of the battlefield, Lu Yin's face was slightly pale. Appointing generals required blood, and he had used up quite a bit of blood over the past few days. It was time to replenish it. The second Night King looked at Lu Yin with even more fear. If he had died, then he would have been appointed as well. The more he thought about it, the more panicked he became. Lu Yin suddenly turned to look at the second Night King. "What are you thinking about?" The second Night King looked away. "I'm looking for an enlighter who's on the verge of death." Lu Yin asked. In your memory, what's the situation with the Lu family's strongest general appointment platform? The second Night King thought about it. I've never seen it before. Back then my Day-Night clan was just a slave of the Bai family of the frigid Immortal sect. When the 5th mainland and the 6th mainland fought, the frigid Immortal sect left the 5th mainland. That's when we gradually rose to prominence. Before then we weren't even qualified to meet with the Lu family. You've never heard of it before? Lu Yin asked. The second Night King shook his head. The Bai family is very strict with us and they frequently use the cage technique to kill us. That's why we don't dare to listen to many things, especially when it comes to the Lu family. The Bai family has never spoken of this to outsiders, but I can sense that they view the Lu family as an enemy. Lu Yin frowned. It seemed that the frigid Immortal sect's rebellious intentions had existed since the Daoist sect's era. The head of the Lu family had been careless or perhaps too confident. He had not expected the 4 cardinal scales to join forces against them. Otherwise, with the Lu family's strength, they would have been able to suppress the frigid Immortal sect. The 4 cardinal scales had only been able to banish the Lu family because of the White Dragon's reversal, not because of their true strength. Lu Yin looked up into space. Did the Lu family still exist? They probably did. An emissary has died, the second Night King reminded him. Lu Yin followed the second Night King's gaze and saw an amethyst beast's head explode from an arrow. The attacker was someone Lu Yin was familiar with. Brute Force. Brute Force was an emissary from the eastern region's Arrow sect. He had been tasked with guarding the 9 cauldrons space and had been knocked unconscious by Lu Yin. Lu Yin had never expected to see him again on the battlefield. The Arrow sect's sect master was the savage archer god, a heavenly imprinter who had forced the Taimo temple into submission. He should have been Lu Yin's greatest enemy, but who would have thought that the savage archer god was actually the corpse god of the Neo-Human Alliance's 7 sky gods? He had been killed by the 6th mainland, and the Arrow sect had fallen into decline. This was especially so after Mystery Progenitor had betrayed the humans, and the entire Arrow sect had been dragged into the battlefield, including Brute Force. If they wanted to live, they had to fight, and no one would care if they died. Chapter 1895. Brute Force panted heavily as his injuries were not light. That amethyst beast was not weak, especially in its amethyst form. If Brute Force had not pulled away, he would have been the one to die. After the amethyst beast's death, Brute Force did not slaughter the other astral beasts. Instead, he landed on a barren planet to avoid battle. Lu Yin took the opportunity to approach the amethyst beast's corpse. With my blood, I appointed general. Lu Yin was delighted when he saw the amethyst beast's form imprinted on the platform. After appointing this beast, he could summon 4 envoys. If he continued to work hard, he believed that one day he would be able to summon more envoys than the Great Eastern Alliance. That would be truly shocking. With dozens of envoys who could contend against them. We've been discovered, the second Night King said in a low voice. It was that giant. Lu Yin looked towards the barren planet and coincidentally met Brute Force's gaze. Brute Force looked at him in shock as he had not expected Lu Yin to appear and even appoint an amethyst beast. It was normal to look at the corpses of powerful enemies, especially on the battlefield. He had just happened to see Lu Yin appoint a general. When he saw Lu Yin look over, Brute Force's gaze turned cold and he fired an arrow. The arrow pierced through the void and headed straight for Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and his killing intent surged. He had not wanted to attack this fellow, as this was a battlefield between humans and astral beasts. It would not be good to attack a human, but this person had actually tried to kill him. Lu Yin thought back to when the Arrow sect had forced the Temple of Taimo and how this person had attacked him in the 9 cauldrons space. Furthermore, he could not allow news of his appointment to spread. Lu Yin did not hesitate any longer. Kill. The second Night King looked up and brought Lu Yin to the barren planet. The battlefield between the 6th mainland and the astral beast domain was massive, and it covered countless planets and even multiple star clusters. For envoys, the shock waves from such a battle were enough to destroy an area that a normal person would never be able to reach in their lifetime. Thus, they usually fought in the astral source universe, and the surroundings of any envoy's battlefield were mostly empty. However, with the perception and vision of an envoys, they could survey the entire battlefield. There were some life forms on the barren planet that could survive in the sand. They were shaped like lizards, and the largest of them all was as large as a mountain. When the second Night King and Lu Yin landed, the lizard spat out its tongue towards them. Suddenly its body froze and then it collapsed to the ground, dead. The next moment, countless smaller lizards rushed over to devour its flesh, a scene that sent chills down everyone's spines. Brute force saw it as well and his pupils shrank. He looked at Lu Yin, clenched his fists and then knelt down on one knee with his head lowered. The second Night King had wanted to kill Lu Yin, but when he saw this scene he subconsciously stopped and looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was flabbergasted. Was this submission? The brute force in front of them had a combat power of over 700,000. Back when he had imprinted the savage arrow god, his strength had surpassed that of Zhou. Even if he were to face Lu Qianjue, he would still be able to put up a fight. Now, even without imprinting, his combat power would still surpass Ling Qiu and the Frost Monarch. Regardless of whether he could win, at least his combat power would surpass theirs. How could an emissary with a combat power of over 700,000 submit so easily? What are you trying to say? Behind him, the second Night King distorted the void around them. No one could see what was happening, at least not on this battlefield. Brute force looked up and met Lu Yin's gaze. He then spoke in a low voice. I'm seeking refuge. I hope you'll take me in. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he stared at him. Brute force met Lu Yin's gaze without hesitation. Brute force's gaze was resolute, and there was even a hint of pleading in his eyes. If he wasn't in dire straits, why would he plead to his former enemy? Just because you're afraid of death? Lu Yin asked. Brute force's knees shattered the ground as he spoke in a low and vicious voice. Revenge. Speak clearly, Lu Yin said. Brute force gritted his teeth. My arrow sect is from the eastern region's little giant bloodline. The savage arrow god is not the Neo-Human Alliance's corpse god, but rather the corpse god who killed the savage arrow god and impersonated him. Ever since Lord Zhou Xian killed the corpse god, my little giant bloodline has been monitored by the Daoist sect. No one trusts us, and when secret progenitor betrayed us, my little giant bloodline was purged. Out of 100 million people, only less than 10 million remain. Lu Yin was shocked. Purged? Brute force continued. From the start of the war with the astral beast domain until now, it has almost always been the secret progenitor realm's cultivators fighting to the death. It's not just my little giant bloodline. Countless cultivators from the stone realm and fan realm have been sent to the battlefield, and countless die every day. The Daoist sect is afraid that we'll follow secret progenitor and betray them, so they want us to become cannon fodder on this battlefield. If we don't find a way out, we won't have a future. Brute force looked hopefully at Lu Yin and emotionally said, Alliance Master Lu, please take us in. Please, I beg you. You've taken in the giant bloodline, which proves that you don't have racial prejudice. Please take us in and give us a future. Please, I beg you. He then bowed and kowtowed, his head repeatedly smashing against the ground, causing the entire planet to tremble. Lu Yin asked, If you're willing to seek refuge with me, then why did you shoot me just now? Brute force looked up and apologized. I didn't do it on purpose. It's just that I've been on this battlefield for almost a month now, and I've been fighting every single moment of every day. When I saw an enemy, I subconsciously attacked to gain the initiative. When I saw you, Alliance Master Lu, I wanted to strike first without thinking about anything else. I'm sorry, Alliance Master Lu. Please, I beg you, Alliance Master Lu. The second Night King frowned. If not for the cage technique, the Day-Night clan would have experienced brute force's fate much earlier. The Great Eastern Alliance had the Heavenly Sin Army, which was formed from former enemies. The Day-Night clan would have definitely become the main force of the Heavenly Sin Army and become cannon fodder in the war against the Astral Beast domain. At that time, the second Night King had been helpless, and he had been imprisoned in Earth's swamp. Even if the Day-Night clan had been exterminated, he would not have known. Speaking of which, he had to thank the frozen Immortal sect for creating the cage technique. When he thought about this, the second Night King did not know whether to feel regret or joy. He could completely understand brute force's helplessness. If he had not been forced into a corner, he would not have sought refuge with the enemy. Lu Yin also felt brute force's helplessness and despair. How many of your people are left on this battlefield? Brute force was agitated. Less than 10 million, and some of them have been sent to other places to be exiled. Lu Yin was put in a difficult position. Even if I'm willing to take you in, I can't take you away from this battlefield. Brute force's expression froze and his eyes dimmed. That was right. If the Great Eastern Alliance was willing to take them in, then they would have to reach the Great Eastern Alliance's territory first. With brute force's strength, it was impossible for him to take all of the lesser giants away from the battlefield. Lu Yin and the Second Night King could not act either, and even if they could, they might not be able to take them away. The Sixth Mainland's experts would not allow them to leave. Actually, there's a way. Lu Yin looked at brute force. Have your people gather here. I can take them into Mount Supreme and put them into a cosmic ring. Put them into a cosmic ring? Brute force was confused. A cosmic ring could store people? Lu Yin took out Mount Supreme and brought brute force into the ring. Only then did he relax. Alliance Master Lu, I'll inform everyone from the Arrow sect to gather here, brute force said excitedly. As long as there was a chance to leave this battlefield, everything would be fine. Otherwise, the entire tribe of lesser giants would be wiped out. Lu Yin said, think about it carefully. I might not be able to take all of the lesser giants away. Take as many as you can before you're discovered. The rest are not only targets of the secret progenitor's betrayal, but also traitors from the Sixth Mainland who have sided with the Fifth Mainland. There's no way for them to survive. Brute force clenched his fists and bitterly said, there was no way to survive in the first place. This path is only for the sake of preserving the seeds of the lesser giants. Thank you, Alliance Master Lu. Lu Yin nodded and watched brute force leave. Lu Yin did not care what method brute force used to inform the Arrow sect. In any case, as long as they were discovered, they would immediately leave. Aren't you afraid that one of them will betray us? After all, they're all from the secret progenitor realm, and the savage archer god is a corpse god who was once an enemy, the Second Night King said. Lu Yin calmly replied, if even you have misgivings, then the Sixth Mainland will have even more misgivings. However, they still allowed them to appear on the battlefield instead of directly killing them. If there were any traitors, they would have been killed long ago and would not have lived long enough to appear on the battlefield. They could have sided with the Eternals or the Astral Beast domain, and the Sixth Mainland could not afford to take that risk. The fact that they appeared on the battlefield proves that there are no problems with them. However, the Daoist sect needs to give the progenitor of blood and progenitor of martial realms an explanation, as well as give them a warning. At the end of the day, these cannon fodder from the secret progenitor realm were implicated, and it's possible that they were sacrificed for the Sixth Mainland's internal strife. The Second Night King's eyes flashed. Sacrificed? Lu Yin looked at the Second Night King. Equivalent to the White King's bloodline. The Second Night King's eyes flashed, but he did not speak. Compared to the cannon fodder from the secret progenitor realm, the White King's bloodline had been in an even more miserable state back in the Day-Night clan. Not only had they been cannon fodder, but they had also been slaves. At this moment, the Sixth Mainland's secret progenitor realm could not all be sent to the battlefield as cannon fodder. Although the remaining people were oppressed and discriminated against, they could still live normal lives, which was much better than the White King's bloodline. The Arrow sect was only the starting point. After the secret progenitor realm's upheaval, even if the remaining people had not been purged, their resentment would not be small. The Sixth Mainland had already passed its golden age and was gradually weakening. It was time to add fuel to the fire. Over the next period of time, Lu Yin continued to count the dead powerhouses under the Second Night King's protection while the Arrow sect's smaller giants continued to gather towards the savage planet. On the huge battlefield, the Sixth Mainland and the Astral Beast domain had engaged in close combat for tens of millions of people. The scale of the battle exceeded the total number of people fighting between the Great Eastern Alliance and the Astral Beast domain, and it was still being replenished. The smaller giants' movements did not attract much attention, but some of them were destined to be unable to reach the savage planet, as the distance was simply too great. Another half a month passed and Lu Yin now had more than 2 million smaller giants within Mount Supreme. During this period of time, many smaller giants had died, which made brute force anxious. However, he could not show himself as he would definitely be targeted by the emissary beasts. During this period of time, Lu Yin had also selected a dozen more enlighters and an emissary, who was a cultivator from the Sixth Mainland Stone Realm. The Sixth Mainland Stone Realm was different from the other realms. Whether it was the progenitor of Blood Realm or the progenitor of Martial Realm, they all had their own powerful organizations. Even the Eastern and Brahmin realms, which were also part of the secret progenitor realm, had their own powerful organizations. Only the Stone Realm did not. There was a small car accident, but fortunately nothing happened. My car was impounded and I'll probably be very busy for the next few days. It won't be convenient for me to get to and from work. Brothers, you have to be careful when you go out. The rapeseed flowers are too tall and your vision is obstructed. You can't even go 10 kilometers per hour at a crossroad and you still got into an accident. Fortunately, your speed is slow so you're fine. Be careful when you go out,